I don't have my gavel. How can I start a meeting without a gavel? Just a minute.
Details.
Yeah.
Details.
Part of the fun of being chair is to be able to hammer things, you know? Anyway, I think we're set to go. Do we need a minute? Think we're good? All right. Welcome to the October 22nd, 2024 County Board recessed meeting. And as I think probably everybody knows, I'm Board Chair Libby Garvey, and I'm joined by my Vice Chair, Takis Karantonis, and members Matt DeFranti, Susan Cunningham, and Maureen Coffey. And we're going to begin today, as we often do, usually do on Tuesdays, with some recognitions and proclamations, and that'll be followed by some reports from board members. And we're going to start off with the Domestic Violence Awareness Month proclamation, purple, for everybody who's wearing that. Yes, shout out for everybody in purple. And I'm going to turn it over to my colleague Maureen Coffey to read the proclamation.
Thank you. Okay. Whereas Arlington County envisions a peaceful and respectful community where diversity is celebrated, violence is not tolerated, and where all people are empowered to build healthy and safe relationships, and whereas domestic violence is a serious crime that affects people of all races, ages, genders, sexual orientations, and income levels in our community and across the nation, according to the CDC, nearly 1 in 2 women and men reported experiencing psychological aggression by an intimate partner at some point in their lifetimes, and more than 2 in 5 adult women and men reported experiencing physical violence victimization by an intimate partner during their lifetimes, exposing approximately 1 in 10 children to domestic violence each year, with Black, Indigenous, and people of color, trans, and non-binary people experiencing the same or higher rates of violence. And whereas domestic violence continues to affect more adults and children in Arlington, creating far-reaching impacts across the community, with 318 individuals seeking help by contacting the police, and Doorways providing safe housing for 70 individuals and families, and delivered 1,053 children's services sessions, a 63% rise from the previous year. Whereas support services such as the Arlington County Emergency Communications Center and Police Department, courts, and Department of Human Services Child Welfare, and 24-hour domestic and sexual violence hotline and Safe House work every hour of every day to meet the needs of those who have been harmed, assisting those who need immediate support, and helping those experiencing any form of domestic violence. And whereas, as a community, Arlington is dedicated to addressing the issue of domestic, dating, and intimate partner violence, ensuring those using coercive and controlling behaviors with their partners and families are offered timely, equitable, and culturally responsive support services. And whereas, under the umbrella of Project Peace, a countywide effort to prevent, identify, and respond to domestic and sexual violence, important partnerships thrive among criminal and juvenile justice agencies, healthcare providers, allied professionals, and victim advocacy services to assist those impacted by domestic violence and to enhance Arlington's community response. And whereas these efforts include primary prevention efforts that seek to educate youth, parents, service providers, and the community at large to make sure everyone has the skills they need to have relationships that are respectful, safe, and supportive. Now, therefore, I, Maureen Coffey, on behalf of Libby Garvey, Chair of the Arlington County Board of Arlington, Virginia, do hereby proclaim October 2024 as Domestic Violence Awareness and Prevention Month to honor those who have lost their lives, celebrate those who have survived, and encourage everyone in our community to join our efforts to end domestic violence.
Thank you. And I think we are going to be, I think later you're going to be talking about the Commission on the Status of Women, and because they've done quite a lot in that area.
Yeah.
So thank you so much for reading that. And I'll just, every now and then, my last year here, I've been just playing all baby boomer with people. People my age might remember when I'd never heard of domestic violence. I was lucky, all right? There wasn't violence in my family that I was aware of. And I think it's so healthy that it's out here, we're doing proclamations, we're talking about it. Because back about 50 years ago, it just kind of wasn't a thing for most people, and a lot went on that nobody knew about, and then you can't address it. So thank you for reading that proclamation. Thank you all for being here.
Yeah.
Excuse me? Yes.
Yeah.
If Tatiana's here, come on.
They can do a picture.
And we'll do a quick picture.
And Mandy, Madam Chair,
I think we're going to want to do a picture.
to honor publicly the service of Project Peace
Peace.
and Doorways for Families.
Yes, come on up. And if you'd like to make some remarks, it's fine. All right, here we all go. If everybody's down there, can we stand back here and be background? We'll do layers, yeah. I'm bright enough that you can see me in the background. Thank you. Thanks for everything you're doing. Thank you. Lots of proclamations. This is also Affordable Housing Awareness Month. And I have a note in my script that there are slides. Are there slides to put up as I go over this proclamation? I'm not sure. what
Just
that-
a moment.
Okay, so I'll read this. Affordable Housing Awareness Month. Whereas, I think I can get started. Is that all right, Mr. Kushner? While you get the slides up, I think I can start. It's not too long a proclamation, but whereas it is the vision of Arlington County to ensure an economically and culturally diverse, inclusive, and sustainable community, and whereas ongoing access to expanded affordable housing choices for our low and moderate income households and workers in the form of both rental and home ownership is fundamental to maintaining healthy neighborhoods and families, reducing barriers that disproportionately impact persons of color, stabilizing our local workforce, and allowing our entire community to reap the benefits of Arlington's economic prosperity. And whereas the Arlington County Board pursues the preservation and creation of affordable housing through ordinances, plans, site plan approvals, publicly funded affordable housing programs, and other policies and programs. And whereas, as a caring community, the county's focused particular attention on the housing needs of our most vulnerable populations, including our lowest income households, persons who have disabilities, persons who are homeless, and aging households. And whereas, the county adopted an affordable housing master plan in 2015 that outlines goals, objectives, and policies to ensure an adequate supply of housing to meet the community's needs, enable access to housing and services, and contribute to the community's sustainability. And whereas, the county initiated Housing Arlington in 2019 to pursue new and creative ways to expand the supply and diversity of available housing and to increase and preserve Arlington's affordable housing stock. Now, therefore, I, Libby Garvey, Chair of the County Board of Arlington, Virginia, do hereby proclaim the month of October 2024 as Affordable Housing Awareness Month in Arlington County, and encourage all members of the community to join with the County Board in striving for broad community understanding of the affordable housing and housing affordability to our county's sustainability, reaffirming the benefits of affordable housing as a community value, and promoting affordable housing choices for all Arlingtonians. And we have a great lunch and learn on older adults and how affordable housing that you can go to, I think. Thank you. All right.
We do have a few extra slides just outlining other
That's
Affordable
fine.
Housing Month themed events throughout the month.
That's great. Thank you for putting all of these up here.
And maybe we
Yes,
should,
Mr. Clarendon?
maybe we should recognize our staff here. The toughest thing with affordable housing is to work to make it happen. And I think that this is a tremendous service over many, many, many years. So thank you for this.
Absolutely. And our DHS staff that works so hard to make sure that people don't get evicted, and when they need housing, they can be rapidly rehoused if they need it. A lot of work goes on to try to see that everybody is housed in a very expensive county. Thank you. Anything
And
more,
Madam Chair, do you want
colleagues?
to
Yes.
invite
Ms.
all our
Cunningham.
staff to come forward for a photo to celebrate?
Are they here?
And there we have several.
I'm so sorry. I can't see back there. Yes, you are. Ms. Venezia. And come on. Come on.
Sorry, I outed them.
Sorry, these old eyes really don't work all that well to the way back in the room. Come on forward. Come on, up, we'll do a picture. I'll come down this time.
No choice given.
Yeah.
Thank you all so much. Thank you so much.
One more proclamation, and this isn't for the month, this is for the week, Fire Prevention Week. And I will go quickly through this one, but it's a very important subject. I think I will just say as we get started, one of the reasons I sometimes don't think about this so much is that we've done so much for fire prevention. Again, when I was young, you would hear there were, and before, horrible, fires in places with schools and people, and there still are fires. It's still a problem, but it's much less than it used to be because of these kind of efforts. Whereas, Arlington County, Virginia is committed to ensuring the safety and security of all those living in and visiting our county. And whereas fire is a serious public safety concern both locally and nationally, and homes are the locations where people are at greatest risk from fire because almost 3 out of 5 fire deaths happen in homes with either no smoke alarms or with no working smoke alarms. And whereas working smoke alarms cut the risk of dying in reported home fires almost in half, and whereas Arlington residents should install smoke alarms in every sleeping room, outside each separate sleeping area, and on every level of the home, and whereas Arlington residents will ensure their smoke alarms meet the needs of all their family members, including those with sensory or physical disabilities, and whereas residents who've planned and practiced a home fire escape plan are more prepared and will therefore be more likely to survive a fire, and whereas our fire department is dedicated to reducing the occurrence of home fires and home fire injuries through prevention and protection education, and whereas the 2024 Fire Prevention Week theme, Smoke Alarms, Make Them Work For You, reminds us of the importance of having working smoke alarms in the home. Now, therefore, I, Libby Garvey, Chair of the County Board of Arlington, Virginia, do hereby proclaim October 6 to 12, 2024 as Fire Prevention Week, which is just passed. And I urge all the people of Arlington to make sure your homes here have working fire alarms and to support the many public safety activities and efforts of the Arlington County Fire Department. So thank you. Is there anyone here for a picture or to be thanked? They're all busy making sure we don't have fires. Thank you. And do check your fire alarms. I always think of September as the month to do that, but this is a fine time to do it if you have not, and come up with plans for a fire. One they didn't mention here, which I think is important too, is that families have a gathering place outside the house. So if everybody has to leave the house suddenly, you know where to meet up, and someone doesn't go running back into the house for someone who's not in the house. And that's important too. All right. That brings us to a slightly lighter award, Bill Thomas Award. I'm going to turn it over to my colleague, Susan Cunningham.
Great, thank you. This is a lighter award, but it's a heavy lift to get this award. So we are thrilled today to honor the winner of the 2023, is that right? Or should it be 2024? It is 23. We voted. Okay, I'm still new. The 2023 Bill Thomas Park Volunteer Award to Carolyn Haynes. The Bill Thomas Award is presented every year by the Park and Recreation Commission to recognize and encourage residents who demonstrate their passion for our natural resources and public open spaces through incredible amounts of volunteerism and service to our community. And we are joined by Jill Barker, who is our current chair of the Park and Recreation Commission and spent all Saturday with us as well, so welcome back, who is here to recognize our 2023 award winner.
You can push the button to the right on the podium to raise it up a little bit if you'd like to raise the podium. There's one, it's
That's the
now
mic.
it's on.
How about that? Okay.
Yeah, but if you push the button, you can bring it up higher. Do you see the button right there? It's sort of meant to be obvious.
Oh,
Yes,
that's cool.
you got it. Isn't that better?
I don't have to hit stop. Okay.
Okay.
Hello. Thank you so much, Chair Libby Garvey and distinguished members of the board. I am here and so pleased to be able to appear before you and support the October 3rd, 2024 written nomination of Carolyn Haynes, which I encourage you to anybody in the audience to read, for the Bill Thomas Park Volunteer Award for 2023. Carolyn's decades of work within parks and nature organizations across Arlington have and will continue to have lasting positive impacts on our community for generations to come. She led the effort to establish the Arlington Regional Master Naturalists and served as the founding president, shaping it into an organization with hundreds of members, leading thousands of hours of service and educational efforts across Arlington parks and natural areas. Caroline held influential positions in many county advisory groups. During her 9 years on the Park and Recreation Commission, she expanded the role of the group in the Planning Commission site plan review process and participated in subcommittees that provided critical budget and design guidance on projects for Longbridge, Lubber Run, and Jenny Dean Parks, to name a few. She also helped establish the Natural Resources Joint Advisory Group, was a leading voice to update the Public Spaces Master Plan, and worked with county leaders to establish the Forestry and Natural Resources Plan as a new element of the comprehensive plan. Any single one of these volunteer activities is worthy of the Bill Thomas Award for overwhelming positive and lasting change to parks and natural spaces in Arlington County. Considering Caroline's thousands of hours of individual service on top of this, as well as the scaled impact from her leadership in building organizations and lasting policies, it is a great honor to acknowledge her with this award. Among the luminaries supporting her nomination package include former chairs of the Park and Rec Commission, the Planning Commission, the current chair of the Forestry and Natural Resources Commission, current and former presidents of RMN, 5 prior recipients of the Bill Thomas Award, the leader of the Arlington Tree Stewards, and 5 leaders in RMN. Like one of the letter writers in support, I too was a bit surprised that Carolyn has not received the award by now, as she has been a pillar of support for Arlington County Parks for so long. She has certainly been a mentor to me and a colleague that I admire very much. I feel so honored to be able to support her nomination for this long overdue recognition.
Great. Come on up, Carolyn. Look at that.
Keep at it, keep at it.
Need one more
Susan,
person
yeah, come on
here
over.
on this side. Thank you.
Couple more.
Yep. 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 Need one with just you. Okay, ready?
Fabulous.
Thank you.
Okay, so, quick question. How many are here to support Carolyn? How many are here? All right, I think it would be fun for a souvenir to have you all come up here and we'll get a picture of everybody with Carolyn as a souvenir. Is that all right? Yeah. Come on up.
That's a great idea.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. And we'll be the backdrop.
You have to carry it everywhere from here on out.
All right, tall people in the back.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
right. You gotta squeeze in.
Look at all these people.
Uh-huh.
All right, I think you need 3 rows.
Yeah. Just look at the camera and smile. You're all good. That's right. If you can see the camera, it can sort of see you.
So this represents like 2,000 tons of English ivy.
We're allowed to have you all in one place. What a disaster.
All right, thank you.
One more. Because it is great.
One more.
Like each other.
All right, there we go. 1, 3, 1, 2, 3.
All right, good. Thank you all. Thank you. All right. You all don't have to stay for the rest, but you might enjoy the next chair's report. which I think I'll go ahead, once Mr. Kushner manages to get up there and get slides up.
Okay.
In fact, you might enjoy the next 3 reports, and then you can go. We're going to do food waste, a student visit, and then we're going to talk about the GW Parkway trees, probably close to everybody's heart, right? Yeah. All right. So I love this poster. It's up, I think, in almost all of our bus stops. I know people who have found it. I'm going to put one up in my office. Food waste is something that just bothers the heck out of me. I think it does all of us, but it's just hard to, when we're so busy, to manage not having how we handle our food. But these have got nice little tips on what to do. Only buy what you need. That's hard to know. And a lot of good ones there. I should have put up the cartoon that we had later before that has a grocery list, and on it is the, don't forget the spring mix to go in the back of the refrigerator to throw out in 2 weeks for the compost. Sometimes it feels like that's what we do. So next slide, but we are really working on this. We've got a pilot going, which is pretty cool for, it's part of our Zero Waste Plan initiative, and we have got a pilot food waste program. This is for multifamily dwellings where you don't have the composting right there, and it began in July. Look, you can see already how much we have collected. And the most popular locations apparently are Roslyn, Quincy Park, and Aurora Highlands Community Center. The most popular drop-off time is 7 p.m. And the most popular drop-off day is Sunday. So people saving everything up, trying to get past work, and everybody's really busy and doing what they can, which is just great. You can go on, I think the next one has a way to sign up. Yeah, there's a way to access these bins, and you can go on this app, Big Belly Smart Compost app, love it. And it will show you the locations, and this is how you can do it, and you too can use this. But we do have a variety of, you have to sign up for the app, and it's just a way to kind of make sure not just anything gets thrown into these bins. So I'm really excited to see how this app, how this pilot works out, because I think it's catching on. I think it's really important. Also, we have a nice initiative I heard about recently, just how it's going, and I want to just update folks a little bit, and this is on our food insecurity initiative that the Arlington Public Schools is doing. And so this is to stop waste as well. And what this one is that there are 20 schools, elementary and high schools, that are participating in the Share Tables program. So a lot of times, if any of you have had kids, you know they don't eat everything you give them. They might even take things and not eat it. Well, instead of, and it used to be just get thrown out. So now it is collected. This is part of the whole process. It's collected, and the things that can be, you know, whole pieces of fruit and things that are in packages. They go into bins, and anybody can take this. Other students can pick it up and take it. Staff can take it at the end of the day. People can take it home. And it's not in my notes, but I'm pretty sure I was told that most of, it's really stopped the food waste. It's made it a huge, huge dent in what we were doing. At least one school, it says 27 pounds of food, of which 75% were fruits and vegetables, were shared and eaten by the end of one day. One day. It's just amazing what happens. And so people who need this can take it. And again, as I say, if there's some left at the end of the day, employees can take it home if they'd like. So I'm really just thrilled with what that's doing. And this program's going to go on indefinitely. There are no ongoing costs related to it, which is even better yet, and hopefully it'll get out to every school in the county. So I'm really delighted that we're really kind of starting to figure out ways to stop the food waste, at least in part. And then we had a fun student exchange that I wanted to just bring. We had the Sister Cities program. We have student exchanges. Aachen, Germany is one of those. And Aachen was our very first sister city. The program, it's both high school and elementary exchange. These are high school students, obviously. Began in 1998 and has really gone every year since then, except for 20 and 21, obviously because of the pandemic. And apparently, for the elementary level, it's the only school exchange program to Germany in the United States. which is kind of interesting. And people do, I'm always talking to people that are, helping chaperoning and things, and their child did this back in elementary school. It's changed lives and get established sort of long-term relationships, which are great. We're going to be both doing the high school and elementary exchanges again, will happen next year. And one of our other sister cities, Reims, France, has also had student exchanges. They haven't quite recovered from the pandemic, but when it all kind of stopped. But they're planning to pick it up in the next year too, which is really great. So I got to talk to the students in the morning, and I always enjoy talking with students. They have really interesting questions and thoughts, and they're all worried about our election. Everybody's following it. Now, I would like to talk about trees. I promised you we'd talk about trees. And I think, do we have some pictures? Here we go. And I'd like to turn it over to Ms. Cunningham, who has really kind of taken charge on this one, and would have her kind of bring us up to date a little bit, if you would, Susan.
Great. Yeah, I just wanted to share briefly, since Glenn Tobin is with us, and many of the park stewards who keep us honest day in and day out. Glenn has spent a quarter of his life, I'm going to guess, a number of hours at least, pouring into the Windy Run and Spout Run watersheds to tackle the invasives and really help us do right by that park for generations to come. And because of that and his eagle eye, he was able to notice the difference between these two pictures, one taken last month and one taken just a week ago, of what has happened to our forest in our national park along the George Washington Parkway. And so Glenn took these pictures and then elevated quickly to a number of us, including our Park and Recreation Commission, which then reached me early last week. And we were able to check in with our staff who advised who could help make it stop potentially or clarify whether it was supposed to be happening. And then Don Byer's office, Representative Byer, was very quick to answer the call, I think while on the Appalachian Trail, which is even cooler, but we'll confirm that later, and to take action with Park Service late last week to clear up what appears to be a misunderstanding, a mistake, but certainly has major ramifications of non-native trees that were removed and many, many more that were about to be removed. So thanks to that work and the work of everyone across our community that keeps an eye on things. And here's Glenn and me, walking. It's a lovely walk along the Parkway at 7 in the morning. But there you get a sense of it. That was that same forest. I think the pictures were a slightly different angle, but you see much of the debris has been removed, but you can see those very large stumps, many of which were hickories, other natives that really should not have been selectively removed in this case, and just the extent of that damage. And for those of you who do invasives management, you can see, fast forward a year from now, what will be growing there is not native unless we manage it. So I just wanted to share that back with the community. I think it's been a really challenging chapter and very moving and really heartbreaking to see some of these long-standing natives be dismissed so summarily, but also a good news story in how neighbors and local government and federal government can work together to right the ship when things get wrong. The Park Service has agreed to stop all of the removals and to go back and do a full environmental assessment on this area to make sure that the right trees are being removed, if any, and that future stabilization of the hillside and investment in combating invasives will be complementary. So stay tuned, but just wanted to share that back. And again, just to elevate how important it is for all of us if we see something that doesn't seem right to say something and to shake the trees a little bit of your government leaders so that we can try to get to the bottom of it quickly. But a big thank you to all that have been involved, and I'm sure there's many months, probably years ahead as we do that public engagement process with Park Service.
Thank you so much, and thank you, everybody here who played a role in this. I mean, I really do think this is just an example, really. It's a week later, and you managed to stop it, and, Congressman Byer's office, I think Noah Simon was particularly, he's always available, and it is cool if the congressman was actually on the Appalachian Trail, which he really might have been. But thank you all, because I know you all have done a lot, and probably a lot of you have been clearing places, and to see that happen is just kind of heartbreaking, but at least it's gotten stopped for the moment, and we all need to stay on top of it, so thank you all very much. All right, any other comments? Not at this moment. I'm now going to go on to a resolution, which you can continue to stay if you want. We're stepping away from nature, but this is a good one, too. We were asked, there are, colleagues, there are, Pentagon Memorial, 9/11 memorials at the three spots where the planes went down in 9/11. And two of them have education centers to go along with those memorials. One of them does not, and the one that does not is here in Arlington County at the Pentagon. And there is a group that came to talk to me about their efforts to make sure we get an education center, a visitor education center set up here. They're not asking for money or resources, but they would just like some support. They actually have been getting a fair amount of support from the Congress. They do have funds, but they said it would be very helpful if the locality within which this education center would be supportive. So this is an official sort of sign of support to help them in their work. So I would like to introduce this resolution. It's here before you. I don't think I need to read it all. I've been reading a lot of resolutions. I think it's important, and I would hope that we could pass this. I think I'll make a motion, and then if there's any discussion, we can do that. So I would like to move that the county board adopt the resolution in support of the construction of a 9/11 Visitors Education Center near the National 9/11 Pentagon Memorial. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Coffey. I don't know if anyone has any questions or comments. I don't know that I could answer a lot of questions, but I can certainly try. Any questions or comments?
I would just like to add, I think we did inquire about whether there could be a preference for a lot of reforestation, heat island mitigation, maybe a net zero building as part of this. I know it's not in the resolution, but just wanted to elevate that if you have any other information to share.
I do not, but I bet they would be interested in that.
Okay.
Particularly if down the line we might, provide a few funds or something like that. I don't know. They're not asking for that at the moment. Yes, Mr. Karantonis.
There has been a reluctance by the Department of Defense to reforest the area for various reasons, security, safety being named the number one. And the second one was that they just wanted the views on the approach path to remain how they were back in 2001. Good news is there are no trees today, so hopefully not exactly there where their intention is to build that.
Interesting. Some of that flight path was right over one of our schools because it clipped trees on the playground as the plane went in.
Oh, absolutely, and along Washington Boulevard, so this is true, but the clover
actual
leaf,
site.
et cetera, it's an interesting thing. Plus, we have always traffic engineers saying, well, you need to maintain the visibility of the incoming cars, et cetera, which is a very interesting concept because in other places in Washington Boulevard, and this affects the safety of cyclists, we have vegetation that could be managed in a better way.
Anyway, it's still yet to be built. I'm sure there will be many opportunities to weigh in. Thank you. All right, I think we're ready for a vote. All in favor of the motion before us, please say aye.
Aye.
All right, thank you. Motion passes 5-0. Thank you all very much. I think that brings me to appointments. There's a long appointment list here, but I'm going to take a break in the middle of it and turn to Mr. DeFranti to talk a little bit about the Community Criminal Justice Board. So I would like to move the following appointments to the Arts Commission, appoint Bray Blackley, and appoint Sandy Parker, both for terms ending October 31st, 2027. To the Audit Committee, reappoint Thelma Askey for a term ending July 31st, 2026. To the Climate Change, Energy, and Environmental Commission, fondly known as C2E2, appoint Alex Ruff and Melissa Ben for terms ending October 31st, 2026. And to the Community Criminal Justice Board, I'm about to read all of these. Madam Attorney, can I let Mr. DeFranti talk a little bit and take a break, and then I'll get back to reading it, or do I need to read it all at once?
Oh, that's fine.
Okay. Mr. DeFranti, there are a lot of seats here that I'm about to read, and why don't you talk a little bit about your work kind of reconstituting in some ways and reinvigorating this important board?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll be succinct. A lot of these are required by the Code of Virginia, so that's why you have more names. You will have more names than typical. And the last time we updated this was more than a decade ago. So many of the prior names need to be replaced. We passed the resolution last month, and now we're eager to add these individuals, as you said, reinvigorate, so we can continue to work on making the different parts of our government work well as far as criminal justice. So thanks very much.
Thank you, and thank you for your work on that. Madam Attorney, does it work just to have it up on the board and I don't need to read all of the names? Will that work?
You don't have to read it all as long as we can reference something that, so it's on this, but will it be posted on?
I believe so. Will it be posted?
That's reflected in the minutes and posted online.
Yeah, that's fine.
Great, thank you. It's just a lot of names, but if you could put it up again, that would be great, Mr. Kushner, just so people can see it. There are a lot of familiar names there, and we will, all right, thank you so much. Keep going. Why, I'm not going to quite read all of them. Thank you. All right, and then I will read the more usual ones. Thank you. To the Community Services Board, reappoint Wendy Crawford for a term ending October 31st, 2027. To the Disability Advisory Commission, appoint Marilyn McAllis for a term ending October 31st, 2026, and reappoint both Justin Boatner and Duncan Barron for terms ending October 31st, 2026. To the Economic Development Commission, appoint Ben Joseph for a term ending October 31st, 2027. And also reappoint Bill Dunn and Scott Pedowitz for terms ending December 31st, 2024. To the Fiscal Affairs Advisory Commission, reappoint Thelma Askey for a term ending October 21st, 2026. Reappoint Claire Noakes for a term ending March 31st, 2026. Reappoint Tony Weaver for a term ending July 31st, 2026. To the Housing Commission, appoint Brian Coleman for a term ending October 31st, 2028. Designate Katie Wenger as Vice Chair for a term ending December 31st, 2024. To the Joint Facilities Advisory Commission, fondly known as JFAC, appoint Alexander Kumana for a term ending October 31st, 2026, and appoint Kurt Alvin Schuler for a term ending October 31st, 2026. To the Sports Commission, appoint Preston Red for a term ending October 31st, 2026. To the Transportation Commission, reappoint June Locker for a term ending October 31st, 2027. And there's no second required for this motion, so all in favor of these appointments, please say aye.
Aye.
No opposed. Motion passes 5-0. Thank you all. Thank you all of everyone who's volunteering. And then next, I just want to do a quick piece of administrative cleanup related to the board's liaison assignments to advisory groups. And I would like to move that the county board adopt the updates to the 2024 board liaison and regional appointments as displayed on the screen, which will be up there in a moment, I think. And you all have this in front of you. I think there are about 4 clarifications that we made for Mr. Cushman. I'll get you to have that, put that up if you can. But to Children, Youth, and Families, the Arlington Partnership, Susan Cunningham will be handling that as our liaison. To the Historical Affairs Landmark Review Board, Mr. DeFerranti will be handling that for us. The Teen Network Board, Ms. Coffey will be handling that for us. And to the Community Oversight Board, Ms. Cunningham will be joining Mr. DeFerranti in liaising to that group. And I think that's, excuse me? And where is that?
Bottom of the list under community groups.
Yes, I'm getting down to the CC Justice Board, we're adding that, and Mr. DeFranti. That's the last one. All right, thank you.
Madam Chair, may I make one suggestion?
Yes.
That the updated date be updated at the top.
Yep.
There's no meeting once
Good
adopted.
point.
Yep.
I'm sure that will happen when it gets posted. Thank you so much. All right, is there a second to this motion?
Second.
Thank you. Motion's been moved and seconded. All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you all. Motion passes 5-0. All right. That brings us to our board member reports, and your chair can take a break and stop talking quite so much. And we have a very significant one, actually, with our audit committee. That's Ms. Coffey and Mr. Karantonis are our audit committee liaisons. And I think we've got a new charge and a plan, and I will turn it over to Mr. Karantonis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I thought, Ms. Coffey, that you would be presenting that, and that's really, and that's really a great, pleasure to pass the baton of the presentation of that.
No, absolutely. Well, we have been very fortunate and excited to welcome Mr. Wayne Scott as our Arlington County Auditor. He has been hard at work, quite remarkably so, since he began this summer, going through a significant number of things, putting together a proposed work plan, meeting with the members of leadership in the county departments, meeting with the members of the audit committee, meeting with myself and Mr. Carantonis multiple times. I think meeting with every member of the board, really just hitting the ground running. We're so excited. One of the things that we have done, let's see, I also know, I think Mr. Scott is planning to do a presentation. Do we think to start with that would be good before we get to the proposed changes? Are we amenable to that? Great, okay. So I will turn it over to our no longer so new auditor, Mr. Scott.
Good afternoon, and thank you for having me. I'm very excited to be here and presenting to the county board and to the folks that are here in the room. So if you could put up the introductory slides, I can just give a brief introduction of my experience and background. And so as you can see here, I've been in the audit profession quite some time, split between the private industry as well as public sector. So in a total of the 30 some odd years in the audit profession, most of that has been on the public sector, with a big chunk of that being in the federal space, conducting audits, performance audits, operational, and some financial. Spent the beginning part of my career on the private industry side, primarily in commercial aviation and performing internal audits on that side, and had a number of accomplishments on that side of my audit profession. And jumping back over to the public sector, where I've spent a good chunk in the federal space, conducting very large performance audits for the federal government, namely with the Universal Service Fund, and working with the Federal Communications Office of Inspector General on various number of audits. We'll head on to the next slide, please. A little bit about my education and background. I have a degree in accounting, which I got from Frostburg State University. Also once I got into the audit profession, sat for 2 designations, one of which is the certified internal auditor. Got certified there as a certified internal auditor, and then quickly moved on into information systems auditing, which is something that, as we all know today, technology just continues to evolve. So it's something that I was happy to make that accomplishment. The other part here with Six Sigma, got that certification. That is just something that has really helped from a performance and operational audit. I actually rely on that certification in understanding process, kind of how operations, how things work, how to diagnose and to come up with suggestions to improve operational type areas. Just quickly, just on my audit strategy and approach. Just kind of 3 themes here around just kind of people, process, and technology of how I do things. So very team focus, whether I'm talking with a team that, I look at my clients, which all of you are my clients, the residents are my clients. So working in a very open and collaborative and trustworthy manner from that side. Also, been in an audit profession for quite some time, and I've really developed from an audit life cycle of taking time to having a collaborative approach everywhere from the pre-planning through reporting. So that is very critical along the way. And also something that is very important is coming up with recommendations that will improve a particular process that is under audit. And coming up with recommendations sometimes may not be the simplest thing, but I want to make sure that they are cost effective, realistic, and achievable, and that they will add value to the process. And just kind of lastly, just onto the strategy and approach is just how I really use resources and technology to help do the job. We'll rely on doing some business analytics, also just kind of professional networking around, which I find that is very helpful when I come into questions to find out how some of my counterparts are challenging some of the emerging topics and issues. And then most importantly, just continuing is, one of the things that I've learned in this profession is that you can never stop growing because things can constantly continue to evolve. Thank you.
Thank you. We're glad you're here.
Happy to be here.
All right. Let's see. Go ahead.
Oh, yeah. So we have a couple of action items. One part of having a new auditor is having some fresh eyes to look at our audit committee charge and the documents that we use to guide both the role of the county auditor as well as the audit committee. And so we had reviewed as an audit committee some changes to the board charge that would really just clarify and enhance everyone's understanding of what the county auditor and the audit committee are being tasked with. I think that this is a really great review since this has not been amended in a little bit. To have a new auditor come in and give us some recommendations, especially to align with some of the updated auditing standards. And so the proposed changes enhance clarity with the role of the county auditor and audit committee responsibilities. We are adding a requirement for an annual review of the charge so that we don't get several years down the line and realize that we are out of date. We are not recommending to remove any responsibilities or requirements from the charge. So a lot of this is really administrative and clarity edits. And then as part of this, we are also creating an annual audit committee meeting planner to assist with creating a real annual life cycle of what the audit committee is going to be looking at so that there's predictability and reliability for audit committee members, the county board, the county auditor, and the community knowing what's going to happen and when it's going to happen. And so I think the audit committee voted unanimously to support this. So it comes to the board with good support. I think it really shows that Mr. Scott is making an impact early and really being proactive. This wasn't something we necessarily tasked him with, but I think it's a really good place to start to get very clear on what it is that his role is, what our role is, and the audit committee's role. So
Excellent.
I move that the county board adopt the amended audit committee charge.
Second.
Motion has been moved and seconded. Thank you. Let me see if our colleagues have any questions.
Absolutely.
Any questions for our committee?
I just have
Mr. DeFranti.
one item. First, thank you both for the work. And then I guess this might be the chance that I get to, actually, I'm thrilled you're here. We are excited. We want to get this right, and I'm confident we have got the right fit here. And consistent with that, the annual review of the board charge feels right to me, and the slight tweak to the item 3 on page 6, that slight tweak, so we do an annual review of the board charge, and the committee stays focused on the overall direction rather than like every last piece of it, because we have an independent auditor and we want to allow you to lead us. So just a big thank you to both of you for the work, and welcome. Thrilled you're here, Mr. Scott.
All right. Are we ready to vote? Mr.
I
Carrington?
just want to add that Ms. Coffey correctly conveyed that the audit committee has supported, completely unanimously the proposal here. It was a very good conversation. Thank you for leading a very substantial and good outcome-oriented committee meeting. So what you see here really triggered a lot of good in-depth conversation about the function and about expresses the trust of the committee to the proposal that we have with a plan for this year and for the charge. Thank you.
Excellent, thank you. I'm going to go ahead and call for a vote. All in favor of the motion before us to adopt the amended audit committee charge, please say aye. Aye. Motion passes 5-0. Thank you very much.
Great.
All right, so Mr. Scott, you've been welcomed. Now you have a charge, and now the work. So I'll turn it back over again to, I think, Mr. Karantonis to talk about the plan.
I know for a fact that our auditor is already at work.
Yes.
And he's already executing his plan according to the timeline that he laid out.
So we're happy to walk through
please
the
do.
plan. So if we go to the next slide, to the background. So just a little bit of just history of getting to this point upon coming on to the, and joining Arlington County. At the end of July, one of the first things I wanted to do was to take a look at, getting a work plan established and begin addressing that. So if you could hit the next slide for me, please. So the work plan was really developed by taking a step back at the prior work plans that had been established by over the fiscal year 2023 and 2024, taking a look at the audits that were scheduled to be performed, doing some risk assessment work by speaking not only with the county board, but meeting with the county manager and his staff to better understand the risk landscape. And upon reviewing those audit plans that had been established, I thought it was important within my role not to ignore what was previously there, but wanted to make sure I had a clean slate of picking up where the last plans had left off. And so the audit plan, the work plan itself is broken into 3 pieces. The performance audits themselves. Also, what it is I've been in the profession long enough to understand that we can't ignore the audits that have been completed in the past. So spending some time taking a look at completed audits and what follow-up activities need to be completed to verify that corrective actions that were agreed to by the executive leadership team have been, making sure that they have been implemented, or what corrective actions that are still required. So that's part of the plan itself. And then also, just as we just kind of talked about with the county board charge, spending some time taking a look at the infrastructure of the audit function and to see if there are any opportunities to make some enhancements. So this work plan will hit those 3 areas, and I will walk you through each of those very succinctly. And so if we can go to the next slide. So under the first part here are the 3 performance audits that were selected that will carry through. This plan will carry through, started October 1, and it will carry through June 30th of 2025. And I'll talk about kind of the planning for the next work plan in just a few moments. But these are 3 audits that are scheduled here. So I've listed out the audit objectives, the intended clients for these particular audits, and the estimated start dates, announcement dates for these audits. So the housing grant audit is a focus of assessing the effectiveness of the housing grant program and reviewing the applications and checking the eligibility piece and making sure that we are performing those timely, accurately, and that we have metrics in place to report program performance. The other piece is to take a look at the completed eligibility study that was, or the housing grant study that was done, and focusing on the eligibility piece to take a look at how we're doing with implementing corrective actions to improve that particular program. The other 2 audits here, one being the specialized transit for Arlington residents, the STAR program. So that is taking the primary objective here is the program achieving its objectives in an efficient and effective manner. The remaining audit that will start in the 4th quarter of 2025 is on the site plan conditions and benefits, and this is assessing whether the site plan conditions and that the county imposes and benefits that the county is supposed to receive, that we're actually, are we tracking those? Are we getting what we're supposed to be getting? So that would be on the audit under the site plan conditions and benefits. We'll move to the next slide, which is a listing of the follow-up audits. So these were the audits that have been completed over the years. As you can see, that there were a number of recommendations that were total recommendations, and then the total recommendations that remain open. So the focus of the follow-up audits is to look through those total 22 recommendations to see, in fact, where do we stand with corrective actions for those 22 particular recommendations. And then upon completion of each of these audits, there will be a follow-up report that will be issued to the appropriate deputy county manager and department lead. I am pleased to report I was able to get the fire overtime and the emergency medical services audit follow-up. Actually, those follow-ups were just completed and the reports issued yesterday. On to the next slide. This is the third piece of the plan, and this is just really around the infrastructure around the Office of County Auditor, taking a look at various parts of we perform the audits in accordance with government auditing standards. The standards were revised in 2024, so taking a look at where there are some policy revisions that need to be made, so getting different policies and procedures into place. Also, making sure that we have good job aids and tools, some standardization and templates to use when conducting audits, and then also recruiting for there's 2 budgeted positions, 1 position that I am which has been posted and currently in the recruiting process for that. And so just kind of looking at these 3 areas, the next slide provides a roadmap of these 3 particular areas. So from the performance audits, follow-up audits, and the audit infrastructure. As you can see on the slide here that so for under the housing grant audit, that audit has actually gone through, working through some of the planning activities, done the formal announcement, working on getting through that particular audit, and as I just mentioned about some of the follow-up audit activities as well as the infrastructure. I call the infrastructure piece my night job. So I'm working through the modernization of our policies and procedures and job aids to address the audit infrastructure. That is the full plan, and I am presenting to the board, and I am happy to take any questions that you may have.
Thank you very much. Great. Any questions, colleagues, for Mr. Scott? Ms. Coffey?
I know the answer, but I would like to make sure we share
okay.
this with everyone. I know there's been much discussion in the community about hiring for your support roles and everyone wanting to make sure that you have the budget capacity and staff support that you need. I believe we have at least listed and begun the hiring process for one other person. Any comments on how recruitment is going?
Yes, so there's been a number of applications received, currently taking a look at those as we speak, but the position will stay open until it is filled. So if the applications or the resumes that are on file today, once I get through them to see scheduling who should come in or meet with them, if it doesn't, then we'll just continue to recruit.
Great, thank you.
But it's underway.
Yeah, absolutely. I just know we have previously stated our support for filling those positions as soon as you feel comfortable to fill them. And so I just want to make sure that that is highlighted because I think it's important to everyone that we can move forward, but not before you're ready to. Yeah. You're just finishing your own onboarding, so you got to do that before you can onboard other people.
But a great PSA for those who might be interested.
True,
So absolutely. Thank you.
And I may add that
yes.
you actually revealed at the committee meeting that you were also specifically looking for people who had also some experience with construction supervision and auditing, which may give you, kind of a pre-taste of, the skill sets we're looking after.
Yeah, great. Ms. Cunningham.
I was just going to give the manager an opportunity to remind all of us in our community where to find all the great announcements for openings in the county. I know we sometimes have them, we always have them posted to LinkedIn and sometimes to social, but.
Right, they're also on the county's website on the Human Resources webpage. You can go there, there's a handy link, and you'll see all the listings there.
We're all really fun to work with. So please do apply.
Excellent. All right. Okay. I think, let's see where we are now. I believe we need to actually adopt this work plan. Could I have a motion, please?
So moved, Madam Chair.
All right. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, motion's been moved and seconded to adopt the county auditor's interim work plan. Any more questions, comments before we vote? All in favor, please say aye.
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 Motion passes 5-0. Thank you, Mr. Scott. It's great to have you here. Thank you.
Thank you, indeed.
All right. That brings us now to a few board reports, and the first one I've got here on my agenda is the trust policy, and I will turn back to you, Mr. Karantonis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In last month, I believe that we said that we are, we reiterated because we have been receiving over the last months consistent advocacy on refining and looking into updating our trust policy that is running under the very appropriate title of Arlington's commitment to strengthening trust with our immigrant community. To be specific about this is about how our immigrant residents who are undocumented can, without fear, access county services, county benefits, and interact also with law enforcement. So I wanted to give just a quick update. We said last month that we are targeting November for adopting some changes to this policy. This is a policy. This is not an ordinance or something similar to that. This is a instruction that the board gives on how to deal with certain situations. So if you can advance one slide. So the existing policy, just as a reminder, states that its preamble, it is important to reaffirm current county policy and improve community health, safety, welfare, and security, and build trust by ensuring that immigrant residents can access county services without fear that the information they share will be disclosed to federal immigration officials. It is not appropriate. It is not an appropriate use of Arlington County resources to engage in the enforcement of federal immigration law, which is the sole responsibility of the federal government. I have to say that this is a conversation that is happening daily. Many households here in Arlington literally fear the famous knock on the door. It is true that right now in this election process we have a previous president was running again, who was referring to local police forces as deportation forces in the past, and unfortunately also in the present. We have seen actually what this looks like, the separation of children and families, with kids being held in cages down in Texas and in other states close to the border. So this creates a lot of fear and interferes with our civic life here in Arlington as we interact, as the county government and law enforcement interacts with our residents. So the updates that we are looking forward to introduce next month will do two things. First, further clarify and narrow specific circumstances under which Arlington County Police Department may initiate contact with federal immigration authorities, and always as required by state and or federal law that supersede our jurisdiction, and always after approval by a non-duty supervisor or other supervisor with a rank of lieutenant or above. And the second thing is to clarify what forms of personal identifications officers may request and accept for the sole purpose of personal identification. That means not for other purposes like establishing a person's immigration status.
Thank you all. I'll just note, just for the future, just ACPD.
That was a typo. We don't have an ACPC.
No, we do not.
We do have an ACPD. So, next slide, please. We heard a lot from our residents, from members of our immigrant community, but also from our general neighbors and even from civic associations, we heard about the need to review Section 7, Chapter B of our policy, our existing policy. This chapter deals with the conditions under which, the circumstances under which our police department, ACPD, may initiate contact with federal authorities. And what we are currently discussing is that this happens only under the following circumstances. And as I said before, after receiving approval for either no-duty watch commander or a supervisor with a rank of lieutenant and above. So these two circumstances are an undocumented immigrant who is, one, has been identified as a gang member and is wanted or arrested for a violent felony or a criminal street gang offense. For all this, there are definitions in Virginia Code. An undocumented immigrant who is arrested for a felony offense or is a confirmed gang member where circumstances indicate that notification to federal immigration authorities is prudent to maintain community safety. And in addition to that, such circumstances must be based on specific, articulable facts that clearly establish a threat to the community. Determination of a person being identified as a gang member will be in accordance with the criteria set forth in the Code of Virginia, which you can see here projected. And the approving supervisor, as I said before, is defined in Section 7, shall ensure that the gang unit, which we have, is consulted before making notification to federal immigration authorities under this subsection. So we are focusing on people who are gang member, have violent felonies, this triggers the possibility, and then there are several guardrails and checkpoints before we allow that immigration authorities are notified of that. And B, the second circumstance is an undocumented immigrant who is arrested for a terrorism or human trafficking offense, which are very, very serious offenses, and they are also regulated by superior jurisdiction. So next slide, please. The second focus of the review that we do on our current policy are what forms of identification are acceptable. Undocumented immigrants obviously have a problem with what could be an acceptable identification. We make sure that we are already making sure in our trust policy that the identification documents are only asked for the purpose of establishing a person's identity. And we're thinking of adding the following phrase: officers may rely on government-issued identification, so from other governments as well, not only our government, and other forms of reasonably acceptable identifications like school IDs, foreign government IDs, etc. Holding this provision that broad gives a lot of removes a lot of problems in the relationship, in the encounters between police and somebody who's a suspect, or an identification is asked from this person. So officers shall not request identification documents for the purpose of establishing a person's immigration status or for immigration enforcement purposes. This is already in our policy. Failure to provide identification shall not constitute a criminal offense. So this is the wording that we are. These are the kind of updates that we're thinking about. I just wanted to report that, to have this out. We have shared drafts with stakeholders, and interested parties. So we are open for feedback on these, and we welcome that. I know that Mr. DeFerranti, Ms. Tanya Talento, who was a colleague of ours until the end of last year, myself, we're extremely interested, and we invite this input so that we fine-tune and can update this policy as soon as possible, probably in November.
Probably in November. Excellent. Thank you so much. And thank you for your work on this. I know it's been a long journey and important work. Thank you. All right. If there are no questions on this one, I will move
Madam
on.
Chair?
Yes, Mr.
Just have a very quick
Yes,
one.
Mr. DeFranti. Mhm.
This is, Ms. Talento, while she was on the board, she came forward with some proposals. This is nearly the same, if I recall?
This is nearly the same.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. Okay, and now, continuing with our board reports, I think, Ms. Coffey, you've got a couple for us.
I do.
Okay.
All right. Let's see. I think there are slides. Okay. So we have 2 events for commissions that I am liaison for the board with. One is a book talk, which is a partnership between our libraries and the Tech Commission, featuring Dr. Jennifer Clark, who has written Uneven Innovation. Her book focuses on the evolution of smart cities and the role that they can play in terms of increasing opportunity, creating inclusive communities, but also on the flip side, addressing the challenges that communities are going to face and continue to face as technology evolves and continues to evolve quite rapidly. I think many of the challenges we face today are ones that we may not have even anticipated 20 years ago. And so the book talk is tomorrow evening at 6:30 p.m. at the Central Library Auditorium. All are welcome. It is a free event open to the public, and it should be pretty interesting. We will have the author speaking and giving a synopsis, but also answering questions. And I think it's a cool book. It's very interesting, and the author is incredibly talented and smart. So looking forward to that.
That's great. I think it's going to tie into part of the manager's report just a little bit from now.
It might.
That's great.
Yeah. And then the next event, which is also tomorrow night, is the 50th anniversary celebration on the Commission on the Status of Women. So that will start at 7 p.m. It's in Roslyn. 50 years of the Commission on the Status of Women. Obviously, a lot has happened in that time. And so it really is intended to be a celebration featuring the Commission's alumni, people who have been part of Arlington County and its development and history over the last 50 years, sharing stories, sharing memories, celebrating the progress we have made, as well as recognizing the progress we still have to make. I think, a 50-year celebration in this year is particularly exciting. We have, for the second time ever, a woman nominated as the presidential candidate for a major political party. We have the opportunity to continue to make history. And I think, for me, reflecting on the dynamics, I think, on this board, having 3 women for either the first or second time ever in the history of the county board is a huge deal, as well as having one of the youngest ever people to serve and one of the most experienced people to ever serve.
Otherwise known as the oldest. It's fine.
But really representing across the spectrum women in leadership, and I think that's been such an interesting and fun thing to have this year, to be able to learn from other women who have gone through very different experiences than I've had to go through.
And some of the same ones.
And some of the same ones. A lot has changed and a lot has stayed the same. So great event. There's a suggested donation, but it is open to the public, and it will be, I think, a really fun time. So,
It should be great. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
It should be good. Thank you so much. And that brings us, I think, to our regional reports and an update on DMV moves. And I think you had something else too, Mr. So just take it away.
Okay. I'm going to ask Ms. Cunningham, I'm going to set my timer and see if I'll do 2, and that's it. Because so
Give you one
DMV
here, too.
moves is actually, I've shared it with you, and you may know it as focused on Metro, but it's also focused on the local bus systems, local transportation systems. So we had the second slide shows the vision. Our first 2 meetings, we have sort of said, look, we need to step up our vision. Why can't we have the quality of transportation that some European cities have, for example? So that is our vision. The next slide talks about our goals, and staff has, underneath this, we have levels. We have an elected level, we have chief administrative officers, where Mr. Schwartz has been already invaluable, hugely helpful. I hear the tectonics through NBTC, and so that's great. These are the specific goals that we're trying to work on. They have been sort of put together by staff, and the elected leaders are also helping. There's also a community engagement piece to it. The third slide talks about the scale of the problem that we're trying to solve. I didn't know off the top that Metro is about 70% of overall operating transportation money and capital money. That's the top of the slide. The bottom of the slide, if you look at the difference between 2019 and 2025 for, on the left with the blue, Metro, there are just a ton of federal employees who are commuting in from Fairfax to DC that are not there. It's a different world. We've had 27% growth in Metro Rail over the past year, but we're still way short of where we were in 2019. The regional capital on the other side is just for your edification. The next slide, these are scenarios. There's sort of the dream big, and then there's how can we be realistic about the money that could come. The base, the bottom of the pyramid is what the next 2 items are about. I think that's appropriate. Talking about expansion of the rail system or the bus systems at large scale is not appropriate until we get ridership up and we get momentum. So the next slide talks about the amount of money. If you look inside the box on the next slide, $645 million under scenario 1. That's just to get us back to what we have to do, baseline state of good repair, as well as existing service. We have a significant funding gap, and you can see it's broken out between Metro and local. That is sort of one thing that the committee is working on, and the next slide talks about the next step. If you think about DASH in Alexandria, which has had a lot of success, and ART, we are on the right track as well, but some of their lines are way above where they used to be pre-pandemic, and that's because they've sort of done frequency along King Street and a couple of other places. So this is improved service, which is what we really need for the 21st century to be the world-class regional capital in addition to international capital that we are. So that's a significant amount of money, $835 million plus $235 million, and that is exclusive of the $135 million that we got through Richmond for the next 2 years, or approximately at $135 million. Next slide shows us that we are not alone in terms of funding shortfalls. Transit across the country has significant deficits and debts. We perhaps are unique in the way we're structured in that we're, there may be one other, but 3 jurisdictions, Maryland, DC, and Virginia, that are all together. So the next slide shows us the questions and the issues that we're all trying to address. We are going to need additional investment. We have seen significant progress from the general manager in terms of the efficiency of what we're doing. I think most people know that the fare guards, so that we reduce the number of people who do not pay when they go to Metro, has 82% decrease in the number of folks skipping their fares. So, but we're, even with that good efficiency, we're going to need additional revenue. And you see the potential mechanisms. There's a sales tax, there's other items that are mentioned there. That will be the next stages. One point that I'll just mention, I think I've shared it with colleagues, but I think it bears repeating. Virginia addressed the funding operational shortfall for both this fiscal year and next fiscal year. So that it's Maryland and DC only did 1 year, so they will be catching up. And so much as we want to fix the long-term challenge, there may be a timing question of when is it actually best to get into the sort of difficulties of, I guess you might say, sausage making across 3 separate jurisdictions, which will not be easy. The next slide shows how we're trying to narrow this abstract question of funding to the specific rubric and questions. And so The first question, what criteria should the region prioritize when selecting a reliable, sustainable funding mechanism for transit? And the second, should the region aim for a regional funding mechanism or collection of state and or local funding mechanisms? I think it bears stating that the state of Maryland does not have local skin in the game. They have a statewide system for funding things. We have a lot of our funding mechanism for Metro in Virginia is locally driven. We feel it in our budget and we worry about it. So that is a big question that I kind of think Maryland's going to need to work on. The last slide talks about the next meetings, November 14th. So grateful for the opportunity to serve. I will, specific to us in the concrete, the other transportation group I serve on had two actually pretty significant actions. One is, and one I want to really credit staff with. One is, in particular, one is the authority, the Northern Virginia Transportation Authority, approved $58.9 million in regional revenue for the Ballston West entrance, and we got it forward funded, which is to the credit of Rich. It took some work. Rich Roisman had to really work on it, but that is going to be relevant for us. The second is we synced in and sort of nearly finalized this CC to DCA, the Crystal City to the DC airport funding, and so that is all set to go. We've got additional work, of course. It'll be a long process, but the funding pieces are now in place. So just wanted to mention those. Thanks.
Thank you. And thank you for your work on all of these important transportation groups. A lot going on. And with that, I think we can move to the manager's report. And over to you, Mr. Schwartz.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have 3 items today. I'm going to start off with a report on Clarendon and live entertainment, and in conjunction with our ongoing discussions with the County Board on enforcement, I asked staff to form a working group focusing on the issues of live entertainment and nightlife, with a special focus on Clarendon. We've seen a lot of success with our initiatives over the last few years, the Arlington Restaurant Initiative and the Clarendon Live Entertainment Group. And the area's continued popularity as a nightlife destination alongside the really big growth in multifamily residential projects has sort of necessitated us to go back and take another look at it and see how we're doing and making sure our strategies are balanced effectively. So I want to provide you an update, and as you'll hear from the update, this is about things we're doing now and a lot more things that we have coming forward. So I'm going to turn it over to Aaron Miller for a brief presentation.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, board members, and thank you, Mr. Manager. I am pulling up presentation now, but I'll go ahead and get started as that pulls up. As the manager mentioned, we have had considerable growth within the, oh, there it is, thank you. We've had considerable growth within the Clarendon area that has led us to reconsider some of our policies, procedures, and programs. As you know, if we go to the next slide, as you know, within the past 3 to 5 years alone, we've had a number of multifamily residential projects open. We've had new restaurants, nightlife, and businesses. We just had a new restaurant open this past week. We've got new owners and staff, and we've been presented with an opportunity there of the regularly scheduled Clarendon Live Entertainment Group meeting and permit reviews that are coming up for the county board. On the right there, you see Clarendon. Actually, you can see the convergence of some streets that look familiar. That is circa 1921, 1924. So exactly.
We were just trying to figure out what year. Yeah, it wasn't just a few.
wasn't just a few. But you can see sort of it's easy to see the storied history of Arlington from what was rural farmland through to a suburban and bedroom community, and now to really a thriving urban and commercial corridor there in the Clarendon courthouse area. So next slide, please. So the working group that was convened, the manager's direction, really had 4 goals that we've been focusing on. The first is to address quality of life concerns that have been raised both by residents but also in businesses as we have had these changes over the last few years. The second, and this is one of our items that we've emphasized with staff is that we want to promote a safe and vibrant experience, not only for our patrons, also for our businesses, and in conjunction with our residents. We know that we have residential communities that border some of these commercial establishments. We want to make sure that we're striking a fine balance there and support our responsible establishments in a business-friendly environment. We know that they contribute to Arlington as a premier destination, and we know that they offer a lot of services and options for not only our residents, but also our businesses in the Courthouse Clarendon area. And then we want to build on really the successes that we've had in the Arlington Restaurant Initiative, the Clarendon Live Entertainment Group, and some of the other programs that we have worked with through Arlington Economic Development, through CBHD, or other partners. And so if we go to the next slide. So I want to say thank you to the members of the working group. We've had representatives with wonderful participation from a number of our enforcement departments, but also licensing departments, folks like the fire marshal, CPHD zoning, as well as code enforcement inspection services. We've got Arlington Economic Development, our Arlington Restaurant Initiative, and on and on. No, I'm leaving some out, but we got together and really took a look at current processes and where we could make refinements that were common sense and things that we can do in an ongoing manner to, again, enhance the experience for everyone within the Clarendon area. The first, and we know this, as we've seen new businesses come online, as we've seen new residential developments, all of us, particularly in the county, are working to establish more frequent lines of communications with our businesses and stakeholders. Sure, we have these formal opportunities with the Clarendon Live Entertainment Group and some of our other really structured opportunities. One of the things that we want to do is set up some more informal opportunities so that county staff members, as well as business owners and residents, have the chance to really discuss issues that they're seeing, talk about best practices, talk about ways in which we can help each other to create this type of positive environment. The second thing that we're really focused on in the short term is being able to update our education and outreach materials. Since the COVID pandemic, we have had, again, some changes in the owners and staff and also on the county side. So we might want to make sure that we're updating the materials that we provide to our businesses, to our residents, and to the staff members. One of our other key short-term actions is to revise our enforcement strategies, and I'll give you an example of this. Currently, when a resident calls for a noise complaint or when someone has an issue with nightlife, they'll call into the police non-emergency number. The Emergency Communications Center will relay that information to the police officers working the Clarendon Nightlife Detail. They will a lot of times go over and speak with the establishment. Our goal is, first and foremost, always compliance. We want everybody to be safe. We want everybody to enjoy themselves. We're not looking to just create citations and start with our enforcement actions first. Should that not work, we do document what has happened in the police department has a noise violation form where they document. That noise violation form then goes to code enforcement to actually send out the notice of violation and conduct the enforcement activity. Well, the disconnect between that reporting of the problem and as well as the subsequent sending of the violation, that could be on a Friday or Saturday. Code enforcement ships that out on a Monday or Tuesday. We want to be able to shrink that window and offer our business owners the chance to comply. We don't want to overly penalize our business owners and the establishments. Again, we're looking to create a positive environment. So we're revising our strategies to be able to have staff that may be deployed in the evening hours and work with those establishments to make sure that we have higher levels of compliance. And then one of the things that you all have already seen in some of the use permits that have been coming up, we're trying to better align the live entertainment use permit hours. Some of those may be 30 minutes here or there, and so we're working with the establishments to make sure that we have a uniform set of live entertainment use permit hours across the entire Clarendon Live Entertainment Group and some of the establishments that aren't necessarily in the boundaries, but are on the periphery. And then some longer term actions and some policy recommendations that we're working to develop for the board on the next slide are considerations of revisiting the noise ordinance. We had a revision of the noise ordinance in about 2020, I think it was, 2022. But for those that take the time to read through noise ordinances, this is one of our heftier pieces of legislation. It is not as clear as it could be. We recognize that. And some recent changes over the past few years in state legislation as well have made it so we probably have a good opportunity to take a look at that noise ordinance, clarify some of the language, and make it easier to understand, both for our residents and our community as well as for our businesses. And then we are working on some recommendations to review the Clarendon Live Entertainment Group boundaries. We know that there have been new businesses or business use cases changing and new developments taking place. We saw one today that was just announced in local media for a new establishment in the Clarendon Crossing development, some sort of change of use there. So we may have an opportunity here to talk with you more about what the Clarendon Live Entertainment Group boundaries look like. And then some other things that the group has discussed, things like infrastructure improvements to improve pedestrian safety, lighting and trash, things like that. We went back and did a little bit of looking in the 2019, 2018 timeframe. We saw anywhere from about 4,500 to 6,000, 7,000 individuals each evening coming out to the Clarendon area over Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. That was from a report that the Department of Justice did when they first looked at our Arlington restaurant initiative. And so really conducting a new nightlife study, being able to look at what that population looks like now, what the hours are, is another important piece of work that we think will help us better inform policy recommendations and better work with the community as we look to implement some of these things. And wanted to recognize my colleague, Deputy County Manager Shannon Flanagan-Watson, who has been keeping me on target and on task with this, and making sure that we can convene a very wide set of county and intergovernmental stakeholders for this. So we're here to answer any additional questions you may have.
Thank you. Colleagues, any questions for Mr. Miller? Mr. Carantonis?
Thank you. First of all, I want to thank you for the work and for the thorough consideration of many moving parts here and moving people as well. I can remember very vividly, this is not so far in the past, that we had way more serious problems in Clarendon, right? We had people who were passing out on sidewalks, bar crawls that were always a nail biter for first response, etc. This is actually not happening today, and this is thanks to a lot of initiatives that have happened in the interim, like the Arlington Restaurant Initiative, like CLEG, etc. So I see all this as having a system of good bones that needs to be adapted to any challenges that we have today. So one thing that intrigues me is the nightlife district, because I associate it with the way other places have implemented nightlife mayors and people who use a system of personal relationships, of being always there and continuously engaging with both the commercial interests, but also with the community interests, and keep everybody in sync and everybody at the end of accounts happy. So I would like, if you can elaborate a little bit of where the thinking is going, because I find it very interesting.
Sure, yeah. I think you identified again, the success that we've had with the Arlington Restaurant Initiative, the voluntary participation from our restaurants, they welcome that program, and participating in the Clarendon Live Entertainment Group has given us the opportunity to bring civic associations, neighborhood representatives together with these businesses and other commercial entities in the Clarendon corridor. We recognize, though, that, again, with the growth of the area, and actually Shannon had emailed me earlier, over the last 4 years, 5 development projects, 5 in total have been approved in the last 10 years, 3 built, and completed construction in the last 4 years. 600 residential units built with another 531 approved to be constructed, in addition to 230 hotel units to come online. That's a significant growth. And to your point, Mr. Carantonis, having someone, dedicating resources to be able to work with these multifamily dwellings, with the property managers, with the commercial businesses, with the residents in the single family and multifamily dwellings around there. Absolutely. Our current thinking, we know that we need to increase resources across some of our departments and agencies, and we're working with them to determine how best to do that, whether that's additional overtime, whether that is through additional staffing, and we hope to have some recommendations for the board as we come into the next fiscal year.
Great. Mr. DeFranti.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm also happy to sort of yield. I know we're down the end, so I don't know, but I'll charge ahead and keep it succinct. The slide deck, short-term actions. Is there a way we could pull up that slide again?
Sure.
That'd be super helpful. I was not here June 18th. I think we covered this a little bit, and you guys have then had to do a lot of work in a short period of time, and really appreciate that. I don't think this is a grand surprise to most anyone in the room, but next month, I think we need either a different person or someone who wants to spend their or some group of people who want to spend their Friday, Saturday, and Sundays too there. And so I'd love to see if maybe you guys have huddled, or Mr. Manager, if you want to say, because the default is I'm going to want one-time money to do this, because,
right.
So
let me respond to that. So I've asked the departments involved, and I want to be a little bit more precise about this, code enforcement and the fire marshal, I'll explain why it doesn't involve the police, to come back with proposals to Aaron and Shannon by the end of this week that talk about whether they need overtime hours, whether they need to reconfigure schedules, or whether they need an additional staff person. So those are the 3 approaches to that. And I will have a recommendation for you in closeout if we need to have additional funding. Part of it, I think, is we've talked to staff about this, we simply can't go any longer with pretending that we can have our code enforcement staff not be there on weekends. The challenge is that the people have expectations and they have lives, and so we need to figure out how to adjust that. Because as much as, Aaron pointed out, people are calling the non-emergency enforcement number, the information goes to the police department. They have their hands full just doing a lot of things down there. And so the real-time infraction and enforcement needs to happen with either our fire marshal, which is going to be focusing, and we've talked to all the restaurants out there about making sure they're following their occupancy limits, because that's been a challenge, and also with noise enforcement. So we'll be back to you, and there'll be something for you to look at in November in that specific area. And then we'll need to focus on a long-term way to make that sustainable.
great, thank you, really appreciate it, and really mindful that to prevent, to keep physical safety, we want ACPD to stay there.
Right.
And the human being that wants to spend their Friday, Saturday, and Sunday nights talking to a doorman at most bars is not me right now. I'll just say, leave it at that. But it is, we have to invest, and so if the level of overtime is high, count me as in for that. And I'm also mindful that there are advantages for individual accountability to have one human being, but there are disadvantages in that if there's a sticky relationship, that means enforcement can be all the harder. So thanks for tolerating. That's the big question, and I really appreciate the work.
Thank you. Ms. Coffey?
Yeah, thank you. I really appreciate the amount of work and collaboration that's gone into this. I know that there are so many different departments and people and work styles and cultures that are involved in getting to this point. And I think I'm just very glad to see this. I think one of the things we talked about in our conversations leading up to this is that Clarendon has become, obviously a destination for those who live in Ballston and just walk down the corridor or hop on the metro, but it's also a destination at this point for those in Reston, in Winchester, in Stafford, who drive up to make this, their Friday or Saturday night. It's a big deal to come to Clarendon, and so it's a really cool thing that we've created. I think it shows that we've been successful at cultivating an identity for the neighborhood, but it also comes with the downsides and managing those challenges so that we can find solutions that are mutually agreeable for everyone to be able to enjoy our neighborhood. I live several blocks from here. I hear it if I leave my windows open some nights, but I think to me the most important part is really the alignment and the enforcement in terms of making sure that there are clear expectations. Everyone is on the same page about those expectations, and everyone is on the same page about the consequences if they don't follow through on their part of the bargain. I never want to surprise anyone, and I don't think it's fair to make the first violation just a complete shutdown, but I do think that for those who are unable to comply over time or show a pattern of just disregard for the boundaries that we've put in place to keep safety first and foremost at the center of this, I do think we need to make sure that there are progressive actions in place to bring everyone into compliance. Because I also think for the businesses that are working really hard to comply, I know how hard it is to see others in the area who are working less hard and are, they're putting in resources and time and money into being in compliance with the rules that the county has set out. And that's significant, and it shows that they're working hard. And so we need to make sure that everyone is held to the same standard, the same high standard. And I think it's very much doable. I think, like you said, just lots of change has changed over the years, and now is the time for us to catch up with that. So thank you so much for this, and I look forward to hearing and being involved in these conversations as they continue to evolve.
Mm-hmm. Great. Mr. DeFranti, Ms. Cunningham, and I'll get to Mr.
Just very briefly, I want to say a huge thanks to the manager and the team for tackling this interdisciplinary approach. A lot of the things that are hardest in the county are hard because they go across the silos. And so I know it's not easy, and I really appreciate the depth of attention to it. I know that our residents, especially those right there at Clarendon, really appreciate it as well, because that's how we get to good outcomes and good solutions that manage the trade-offs. But I know it takes a lot of time and a lot of bolstering each other. So big thank you on that. And I would just put a plug in on the communication piece. As we get through this, if there's more we can share very transparently with the community about how many calls have been in, what calls are open, if there's a dashboard so that when I wake up with the baby at 2:15 in the morning and it's still pounding, I can see if someone already called it in, or do I need to juggle and make the call. Whether that can be real time or not, I don't know, but to the extent there's any fairly frequent clarity for folks that it's on the docket already, and I don't need to make another call, and maybe that will help you as well, not get 100 of them.
Good point. Mr. DeFranti.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There are 6 to 10 people who have engaged with quite a bit on this, and one of them has a 10-year-old, and 10-year-old comes home from work at 9 o'clock and has to go 6, is scared. 10-year-old, and you guys know about this. I'm trying to strike that balance between being honest about the concerns that are there and also respecting that it's not easy to fix this. One point, I think you said it, I just want to lift it up, make it clear. we had an establishment just outside the boundary of the CLEG. Over the medium to long term, looking at those boundaries so we sync up the action that we took on consent last month and what is done here is part of what you're focusing on, correct?
That's
Okay.
correct, yeah. It's similar to what Ms. Coffey said. We want to make sure that those establishments, you can walk out of one establishment and look pretty much across the street, and they have different rules that have been applied. And we want to make sure that we sort of provide that as a standard consistent.
Thank you. My apologies for asking the question if it was already covered. I just wanted to lift it up because I also got it. Then, alluding to Ms. Cunningham's point, we got an email today about sometimes, and it's not unreasonable, but it's a challenge when there's complaints that are the same. Some of the residents feel that they've been closed out. They've been listed as duplicative. They have a whole spreadsheet of the number of things, and frankly, I've encouraged focusing on the hours when the noise is not right, rather than, because police have to personally witness. So is there any thoughts on that duplicative? Should I get myself out of the middleman or middle person? How do we address that? Because it can be disheartening if you have a complaint that and it's just closed before you feel like you've had a chance to talk about it. Any thoughts there?
One of the things I'll encourage is if we do have a callback number, we do have contact information, and assuming that they've got time, the police supervisors are always willing to speak with the complainant. And a lot of times if we don't have contact information, we're not able to. Rest assured that we're not passing that information on to an establishment or anything like that. But we do encourage to the best of their ability to be able to do that. And then the second thing is, if they're able to identify sort of anything in specific to a specific establishment, that helps us a lot, because just being in the area, you sort of walking around it, there is a persistent level of noise, and obviously something that long-term we want to look at. But if they can identify, hey, look, it's coming from this establishment, or they hear something in particular, that allows us to be really targeted in trying to get compliance with establishments.
Thank you. I realize the hour is late. Thank you, Madam Chair.
It's okay, thank you. We're not too late yet. Mr. Karantonis.
Just as a note, a footnote to Mr. DeFerrantis and actually Ms. Coffey's comments, one of the big advantages of a nightlife district with appropriately staffed and appropriately attended is that it works preventively. It organizes people. I mean, we have to understand that it's also in the interest of the establishments there not to have the police all the time in front of their door, right? So this is not something that is a desired thing, or just a cost of doing business or something. Normally, there is a lot. I mean, we know through CLEG that there is when properly organized, there is a lot of emphasis in collaboration between businesses. There's also some mutual control if this is well attended, and somebody has to make it to be well attended. And we also know that when ARI was probably staffed and with probably skilled people, that this was very, very effective. When a officer is on the street and he hears a loud, establishment, she or he may decide to intervene, say something, etc. The difference to a night mayor would be that the night mayor would be actually his job to intervene and go and knock the door and say, hey, folks, you are really, out of your lane tonight, and you better reduce that. And also a night mayor or the people who are professionals in that, most big cities that have this kind of districts manage it this way. They also understand better where are the pressure points for the people who live around. They understand when 10 years old or a baby is there, etc., and they convey that. So there is a lot of benefit from actually going this way, in my humble opinion. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, thank you. This is great. It's great to see ARI 2.0. Is that what we're kind of calling this? It's you know, ARI 1.0 was when I got here, working on it, and it was great advances. One really quick question. I know you're talking about reviewing the CLEG boundaries. What about Roslyn and National Landing at some point? I would think maybe what you're doing here would be probably applicable there at some point, if not.
Right. Right. Our goal is to be able to obviously take some lessons learned, because we know that there's going to be some development in the Crystal City area and in other places. We've seen, as Ms. Coffey alluded to, Ballston growing for nightlife, and we want to be able to, again, establish some form of consistency to help, one, support businesses and provide them, you know, some guidelines and some support, and to create those experiences in other neighborhoods where they may be growing.
Excellent, great. I'll check back in about 5 years for ARI 3.0. Thank you. Great. All right, Mr. Schwartz, I think we're ready for our next item.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Next, I'm going to ask Erica Moore to come up and join us. I know there actually may be somebody somewhere in the universe who doesn't know that the presidential election is November 5th. I find that unlikely. We've been talking each month about what we've been doing to prepare and how we've been communicating to the public about where to find information, how to vote, election security. And Erica has come here to give her last presentation prior to the election with some summary information of what we've laid out previously and some more details. So I'm going to turn it over to her for the presentation.
There we go. Thank you, Mark. For the record, I'm Erica Moore, Assistant County Manager for Communications and Public Engagement. As Mark mentioned, and as you all remember, I have been coming before you monthly to talk about what we're doing around election communication. So just I will take the moment that I have here to remind everybody all the things that we are doing. And we're doing a lot of information sharing, early voting, election and vote security, ranked choice voting. Where some familiar faces joined us in a video. We have a series of about 14 videos that are currently in rotation and being pushed out. We also, I promised the Elections Office I would continue to plug their guide to voting that was mailed out, so everybody who doesn't check their mail or puts piles of mail together can go take a look at that. It's got all the voting options, what's on the ballot, ranked choice voting information, and again, these trusted sources. Also important to note that if you did not get it or you cannot receive information via email, all of the voting information, including these guide to votings, are available at every county library and community center. So thanks to our library and Parks and Rec teams for supporting the Elections Office there. And of course, another plug for the trusted sources. If you're seeing information about voting in Arlington or Virginia, make sure you use these as a checkpoint for yourself. Obviously, none of these exist on their own as verification, but you can use all of these as a way to make sure that you are getting correct information. All right, now on to, we know that people are getting very nervous as we get closer to the election here 2 weeks out. And so, our emergency management and public safety teams have been working for months and months and months, working with our regional partners, working with internally, doing tabletop exercises, doing all of the prep that they need to do ahead of Election Day and beyond. But I wanted to, as we talk about communicating during an emergency, I wanted to sort of talk through. An emergency is not just a moment in time, right? It's not just 1 hour, 1 day. They tend to stretch over time, particularly as you start to get into the recovery phase. And so where you are in that emergency is really dependent on what phase you are in and dependent on the communications that you'll do there. So for example, something really short, like a microburst storm, might be like the whole emergency may be 24 hours, right? But then you have something that's much longer. Obviously, COVID is the most known example, but I would take the July 2019 storms, right? The immediate phase one, which is that hour one, is really all about immediate life safety and triage, search and rescue, fire, EMS, law enforcement at the top of their response. And the communication is really focusing on things like evacuation and shelter in place messaging. Your phase two, which, I say approximately day two, but again, depends on the emergency, is where you will transition to life-sustaining services, meaning you're cleaning up the roads, you're getting things back, you're getting utilities back online, assessing damage aid needs, and communication tends to focus on processes, community needs, and next steps for residents. And those methods are, of course, aligned with the ability to deliver them. E.g., there's no power, so you're going to use different ways to reach people. And then phase three is really your longest communication and emergency management phase, which is talking about the longer term recovery. So you'll have those folks whose lives are continuing to be impacted. Again, thinking back to that July 2019 storm, those families and those households were very impacted for a long time. We had a recovery center. It was over at Trades in 2019, where that went on for many weeks. And so then you're focused on economic, social recovery, ongoing resources. So that's just the framework with which we talk about communicating during an emergency. And there is always a layered approach to this. So we have the before, which is really where we are now. If you're thinking about our elections communication, we're talking about sharing information via our social media, website, news media, all of our traditional ways. And then you get to the during. And this is really the most variable in communicating during an emergency. You may have the ability to continue to use your social media, your website, your news media. You may need to shift to your WEO, which is your wireless emergency alert system, reverse 911. You may need to call up your volunteer organizations, and you may get down to real boots on the ground, analog type communication with folks. And then you talk about the after, where you're going back to, again, thinking about the July 2019, those door-to-door visits, the community visits, working with your partners, working with your volunteers, and then, of course, doing everything that you did before. So as you look at emergency, it's preparedness, it's during, and then it's after and resolution. So the biggest thing here, and this is, I think, where we're getting to the meat of what we really want people to know, is we have a lot of redundancies built into our communication structure here in the county when we talk about emergencies. We have our standard communications posture, which is where we are now, sharing information via Arlington Alert, county website, social media, all of the standard ways you would hear from us. But we recognize that there are not always going to be those things available during an emergency. So we have a lot of ways that we can communicate should, like, the internet go down, for example, and people can't get to their email, they can't get to the county website, social media is off. Reverse 911 it calls landlines, which is great for reaching some of our older populations and folks that maybe aren't even as digitally tied in as well. So it will deliver a recorded message. We have, again, those wireless emergency alerts that use cell phone towers. They don't actually need internet to function and get to your phone. And the platform for Arlington Alerts that we use, the texts, use that same technology as the WEA. So while it may not feed to our Twitter X feed that emergency management has, or it's not necessarily going to deliver you the email yet without the internet, you can still get those texts from Arlington Alert on your phone. And then we have a lot of agreements with local, state, and federal partners for redundancy in those WEAs. So if our systems, goes down, there are agreements with other partners that are in place to allow us to continue to send those messages to our community. And then we recognize that there may be situations in an emergency where all sorts of things are down, where you're out of power, you don't have internet, and you really are in a really emergency situation in terms of getting information to people. So something I've learned through this whole process, which I thought was really neat, is we actually have drones that have loudspeakers on them, and it's not somebody like sitting in a room that's transmitting to the drone and it's all garbled. It's actually recorded messages. So they can get loaded up with recorded messages. Same thing, we've got some first responder vehicles that have loudspeakers on them and can literally go into an area and provide information there. A lot of our county personnel, emergency folks, have radios with which to communicate should, all of our normal ways of communicating amongst each other go down. And then, of course, this is the stage where we would be posting, and we saw this some during COVID, where we were posting notices in parks and we were posting yard signs about where you can get information and help. So those are things that we would do, or really going back to that analog and taking the message to where people are physically. Something that's also really important to know is we have approximately 250 message templates for different emergencies in both English and Spanish that are already created. So again, we're not struggling in the moment to figure out what are we going to write in the WIA. We're not figuring out in the moment what's the message we need to record to get out to people. We have those ready to go, obviously dependent upon the emergency and what's actually facing us. Because that really is one of the most complicated things about emergencies is I can't sit here and say, this is absolutely where we're going to tell you to go, because we don't know what the situation would be. And if we may not want people to go to their community center, we may want them to stay home, but there may come a time when we do want them to go. So we, and I'm going to talk a little bit about how we sort of operationalize these messages beyond just having the resources available to us. So one of the biggest things that we have to our advantage here in Arlington are our community volunteers. So there's the CERT program, the Community Emergency Response Team, and these support both emergency response efforts and our community engagement. So again, thinking back to that 2019 response, they were helping with the recovery center there at Trades. In 2022, they helped with snow shoveling and things like that. So they're really great to work on the ground in the community. They are community members, and it's really structured to allow for really efficient mobilization and coordinated response. They're organized into neighborhood teams, which really allows for a localized response and community-specific knowledge. Even within the 26 square miles of Arlington, we can get really down to the neighborhood level here. And then the other one is RACES, or Radio Amateur Civil Emergency Service, which is a backup communication support that can be activated, where people can actually route the emergency requests from the public and relay them to the ECC, which is the Emergency Communication Center, 911. And what in this, it's FCC licensed amateur radio operators can register their license and their station to provide that emergency communication as needed. But again, that is if a lot of our communication ways go down, we have that to tap as well. And then finally, how we operate here in Arlington. For those that may not know, we have an emergency operations center that gets activated for a variety of things. It was activated all through the COVID pandemic for a very long time, but it also gets activated for things like the Marine Corps Marathon. It gets activated, it will be activated on Election Day. And there are a lot of prep meetings that go into this. There is a lot of training that goes into this. The Emergency Operations Center includes emergency support functions, or ESFs, from across Arlington County government. So for example, ESF 15 is members of my team that are dealing with public communication. Then there's also there's the PIO, or Public Information Officer, from the emergency management team, and there's a lot of integration there. So that allows for all the aspects of emergency response and government operations to really be coordinated in a deep way, and allows us to be able to respond in the moment. Alongside the Emergency Operations Center is what's known as the JIC, or the Joint Information Center. It stood up separate from the EOC, but it really ensures coordinated and efficient information sharing and communications to the public. Again, this was something that was set up all through COVID to make sure that we were getting the best information as things were moving so fast, particularly in those opening weeks and months. And this can include members from any county department. It often includes all of them. The most recent example would have been for the Burlington house explosion. They stood up a JIC to make sure that the county manager's office and all of our public safety and emergency management folks were coordinated on messaging and response and information sharing. And it worked very, very well, and to make sure that the neighbors right there in that immediate area got the information that they needed as quickly as possible there. And we obviously work very closely with, as I said, the PIO on the emergency management team, which is the liaison to the EOC from the JIC there. And then I'm just going to take my last moment to remind everyone that we do have some key election dates coming up in the last 2 weeks. This Friday at 5 p.m. is the deadline to apply for a mail ballot if you would like. November 2nd is the last day of early voting, and November 5th is Election Day, in case anybody forgot. 6 a.m. to 7 p.m., and you have to postmark your mailed ballots by this on or before this date, and they have to be received by November 8th at noon. So I took my moment here to just remind people of those things, but happy to take your questions.
That's great. And people can vote just down the other end of the hall if they want. Thank you.
Exactly.
Colleagues, questions for Ms. Moore? Any questions? Mr. DeFranti.
Thank you for the presentation. I'd love to follow up and see if I can get it and just kind of read through it a little more detail. I'm trying to remember, we have Long Bridge all the time, but Thursday night is the first night of other satellite voting. Is that correct? And then,
So what's the date?
October.
It already started.
It's October 16th.
oh, we were in a board meeting, and that's why I didn't focus on it.
Right.
Got it. But Thursdays, Saturdays in your neighborhood? Thanks.
We're voting now every day.
Yes, and just to be clear, those are early voting locations. Your polling place is where you would go on Election Day. So just making sure that people don't try to go vote early at their polling place because it may or may not be an early voting location. But those are all up at vote.arlingtonva.gov as well.
Exactly.
And if you want to go do it today, it's open till 7 p.m. right down the hall here. If you're coming to our meeting at Courthouse Plaza, Long Bridge is also open till 7, Madison and Walter Reed.
Right.
So do it now.
I think my whole family has voted already. Mr. Carantonis.
Did we mention also Long Bridge?
We did, I think.
Yes.
Yes. Thank you. I really appreciate this. You know, I've had a lot of concerns. I'm feeling a bit better. Thank you. Drones with speakers. How interesting. Have we tested them? We probably have.
My emergency management colleagues and public safety colleagues say that we have tested them, not like in neighborhoods but they have been tested and they verified the recordings and things
Which is
like that.
great. Might we want to let people know and do some testing in some neighborhood? Just, if there's something going on and all of a sudden there's something zipping over, broadcasting a voice down at you and you're like a little befuddled and concerned anyway, that might be
Oh, it's going to
like-
be your voice, so everyone will be happy. I'm just kidding.
Anyway.
Here it's giving Hunger Games, but.
Yeah. I think the more we could get this information out to people so they know what to expect, probably the better. And I don't know if I'm trying to think what's coming up that might be a good, if there's neighborhood day or something like that. It seems a good idea to try that, or maybe even we'll let people know we're going to test it out, come and hear it. People might be interested, actually. I would be.
I will
Just a
defer
thought.
to my emergency management colleagues on what the viability of the testing.
Just not exactly on Halloween, right? So.
Yeah, not Halloween. Not Halloween, no. But anyway, I think if we could do that or have a demonstration, just, a demonstration thing at Courthouse Plaza, the more that people are aware that this exists, I just wouldn't want in the middle of an emergency to find that's where this voice coming from.
I think it could just add to fear potentially,
I think it
depending on
might.
what type of emergency it is. If the first time you've ever seen or heard about this is a drone flying through your neighborhood telling you that there is an emergency, like I can see that going less well. So.
And the risk of getting even further out of my lane, my understanding is that it is very much the last resort. Like, we have got to get information to people and there is no other option. So I think it would be I think people would probably be aware that there is some sort of an emergency happening before the drone showed up.
Right,
Again,
right.
well,
But if they're aware that that's possible, I think that could help, which would be great.
I do believe that they're used by the fire department for perimeter information sometimes, right? So this was the initial idea, right?
Yes, yeah. And we have been able to successfully use the recorded message feature in some other law enforcement situations too. And one of the things that for consideration is the communications public engagement team does a very good job of helping to craft videos and PSAs, much like we've done on the elections front that we've all seen. And so as we continue to roll out this technology, as you know, it's very new. As we continue to roll it out, those are some of the things that we're looking at.
I got to attend most of a COG meeting, and we had a briefing from the Naval Center for Naval Analysis talking about misinformation, disinformation, and malinformation. And they talked about how to prepare people a little bit, which sounded good, maybe something we could do. One of the things they talked about was something called the Cat Park game. Does this sound familiar to either of you? Apparently there are 2 games. They take about 15 minutes. And when you play them, they let you know how you can see how misinformation works. I'm going to look into it a little bit more, but that might be something, too, that we could sort of put out for people to do. Sounds like it might be kind of fun and might be useful. I think the whole misinformation issue is huge. And I guess I will ask you, is there some point, it probably is, so there's, say some rumor just kind of goes viral, and we want to like tell everybody, no, this isn't true. Do we push things out? How would we react to that?
I'm unmuting myself from the
Yeah.
wrong thing. I mean, we would absolutely push out if we were worried about affecting life and safety. That we would certainly, I can't say for sure, depending, all depends.
Oh, yeah, no, it's all dependent. I understand.
But yes, we would want to make sure that our constituents and the residents and the businesses and the visitors all have the exact correct information that they have, so.
And that there's a misinformation campaign and,
Yeah.
and something out like with the Arlington County website, it looks like us.
Right.
That's one of the prime things that they do sometimes. Yeah.
Absolutely. And that's where, it's come up, the spoofing of email addresses and websites and things like that, which is why, when we talk about the trusted sources, it all works together, right? If you get an email from some entity saying that it's Arlington County talking to you about anything, right? Not even just elections, but anything, the first thing you can do is check the from. And if it's not one of the things that we listed for elections, then that's your first indication that something's wrong, right? It's not your only indication,
Right.
but it's your first. And so using all of those together, I think is really important.
No, exactly. And I'm just trying to think of ways to get that more out to people and get them more aware. I think we're all kind of picking up on that. For one, our office tries to fish us a little bit to see if we'll bite the bait. A couple of times, I've mostly avoided it. Mr. Carantonis, did you have a question?
I cannot stress how important that is, especially after what we have seen during the 2 hurricanes and the fact that misinformation hit FEMA the way it hit it. I actually was discussing that with a FEMA person, a public servant, and she was explaining to me that it's not anymore that somebody has to produce a fake account and begin, but there is the lack of content moderation in social media sites. Brings to the surface enough crazy postings, and the only thing that misinformants need to do is just to push them out. And that was devastating. I mean, this may have cost lives in the case of North Carolina and other places. This is a unique challenge right now, and I am. I appreciate your focus on that, but I see that actually growing, not stable. Thank you.
No. All right. More to come. Thank you. Appreciate all the work and all of the thinking. Really do appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Last presentation, I'm going to ask Jennifer Scow, who's been sitting here, I think, absorbing all the quality public policy for the last few hours. She's going to talk a little bit about the new digital equity initiative we're going to be launching, which is an interdepartmental effort that is the next step in completing our broadband study earlier. Now, I'm going to take a point of personal privilege here to say I want to thank the board. This has been a long-term effort on the part of the board and staff to try to figure out what is the best way to make sure those people in our community who do not have access to broadband, or those who have access to some type of internet but not the ability to use it, how we can close that gap. These efforts, I know, to the consternation of some people, take a long time to bear fruit. I thought of this especially last week when I saw Mr. Carantonis standing up there on the porch at Reevesland talking about, in government we do things. Sometimes they take a while. Thinking also of the effort we had with WETA, we've done this in lightning speed of about 2.5 years. And I'm going to ask Jennifer to talk a little bit about what's going on, and we'll have a lot more information on it to follow. So over to you.
Thank you. Ms. Gow. You're on. Yep, the light's on. You're good.
Well, thank you for the introduction, and I am excited about this initiative to expand our digital inclusion work. We use technology for everything, from education and professional training to accessing vital health and social services. We rely on technology to keep us aware and safe during states of emergency, as we just heard, and it connects us to others, promoting our well-being. It's like a platform that helps us further our pursuits, and it enables more efficient systems to further the county's goals. But we often take it for granted until it doesn't work. And we assume that everyone has that same access to and knowledge about technology. And so this broadband study that we had just completed, it helped address and answer some of the questions we had to our internet access, the state and extent of some of our gaps, and some solutions to address them. And what we learned is that we have a rather competitive broadband marketplace. We have near ubiquitous access to high-quality internet across our county, and 95% of properties have the choice of at least 2 providers. But older adults, low-income residents, and people of color are 2 to 3 times more likely to not have a home device and not have home internet. And that's not because the infrastructure isn't there. So while we'll continue to monitor and assess our infrastructure, the study urges us to focus in these core areas: internet affordability, device access, skill building and training, and connecting residents to the resources that they need. The study also highlighted the wonderful work that we've already been doing and continue on today, which should be celebrated because it's given us a wonderful, good foundation from which to grow. We have subsidized internet through our affordable housing projects and through our public schools. We've provided literacy training to businesses and residents. We have publicly available devices and have improved connectivity for nonprofits and also through outdoor Wi-Fi hotspots. But we've been doing this on too small of a scale, and the departments have been implementing these activities on their own, missing an opportunity for more collaboration and cohesively working towards a common vision and goal. So what this initiative is going to do, it's going to provide strategy and vision. It'll strengthen our existing relationships and build new ones, and it's going to manage activities that might require central coordination. And this comes at a pivotal, crucial time because there's been unprecedented federal investment that we are getting access to. And so setting up this governing structure now is going to help us be that much more competitive. So what the initiative will do over this first year are 3 core things. The first is to organize ourselves with a staff team and a coalition of stakeholders that will inform how we grow. The second is to aggressively pursue funding opportunities to expand our resources. And the third thing is to expand programming in these target areas, collaborate on ways we can increase affordability, get more devices on the street, increase digital skill building and training, and launch a digital navigator program that's going to help connect residents to the resources they need with basic computing skills on top of it. So I'm excited to be leading this work, and stay tuned for more information in the coming weeks and months. We just refreshed our webpage and have a lot of good resources there, and also ways that you can connect with us. So happy to answer any questions you have.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Yeah, in some ways, I think the pandemic gave us a big push because we had to do a lot of stuff really fast, and now we're going to sort of figure it out and get it more structured. I think that's great. Colleagues, questions, thoughts? Mr. DeFranti.
Thank you very much. I'll just have a comment because I'll have questions to follow up. I'm thrilled that you've taken on the lead of this. Really appreciate that. Appreciated your work over the last few years. Now we have I think, 100% of your time on this, which is awesome. So I'm mindful that we're doing an initial investment, and there was a total of about 2.5 million that we had in a fund. Affordability of the four is for sure key, and so I won't filibuster longer. I'll just say I did want to take the time to comment and say how important this is to all of us and to me. Thanks.
Thank you. Ms. Coffey.
Yeah, thank you. As a digital native who, I got my first cell phone in 6th grade. I had an iPhone before I graduated high school. I really do think that this access to the internet is just a public utility at this point, right? Like everyone needs it. You can't get through your day-to-day life without it, whether it's healthcare, whether it's employment access, everything is going to require it. And so I think that this is a huge deal for the county to be taking very seriously, because it's one of those things that, we can really invest in and use it to help close equity gaps, or if you leave it behind, really allow those existing equity gaps to grow and to worsen. And I think the pandemic certainly put that front and center in terms of who had at-home resources, who didn't. And so I'm very excited about this. I know that there's been a lot of engagement that has happened. I think I just encourage us to continue to engage the community. I know the Technology Commission that I work with is super invested in this, super interested. And I know that even beyond the Tech Commission, there are so many people across our community who are extraordinarily knowledgeable and invested in being helpful partners in this work. And so I just thank you for everything you've done so far. And I'm really looking forward to how we continue to innovate and stay ahead of the curve as far as local government investment in technology and anything we can do to help or connect. I would love to be a partner, so thank you.
Excellent. Anything else? I'm a digital immigrant. I think that's what I'm called. I'm a digital immigrant. Mr. Karantonis.
I probably am also a digital immigrant, though we had...
At a young age. I immigrated at an older age.
Yeah. But this was actually... So I'm not going to share my story that my school was the first high school in the country of my origin that had a personal computer available. And I cannot begin to tell you how much privilege this conveys. That was, with big floppy disks still, right? So 5.25-inch floppy disks. Probably nobody knows what a floppy disk is anymore. So the question that I have for you, I think that we have talked a lot. There are different concepts in the community also on how to get to a more competitive, or actually to a place where we get what Ms. Coffey has just characterized as a public utility. So to make sure that not only access to the internet, but sufficient access, equally workable access to the internet, the same way we turn on a faucet and clean, safe water comes out, you have exactly the connectivity you need, every family, every household. Just this week, and I believe I mentioned that also on Saturday, we had a briefing on one of these regular check-ins with our affordable housing providers, and there was still a 13.5%, if I remember correctly, and with their data, 13.5% of their households, and this is a big one, has almost 7,000 units as a portfolio, who don't have a formal access to the internet, who have to catch internet somehow, either from an external, provider, from the neighbor, or from what. This is exactly where we want to graduate out of. We want to be in a place where we can safely say everybody has direct, affordable, and quality internet quality access to the internet. So I look forward to work with the initiative. but dig deeper and try to figure out how we can get there. I think that there are good concepts out that we shouldn't be afraid or reluctant to revisit until we get to the actual outcome, which is, the availability of the utility for everybody. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. More to come.
Thank you.
Really appreciate it. Thank you. Great work. All right, I think that's the end of your manager's report. Thank you so much, Mr. Schwartz. Colleagues, I would like to move that the county board convene a closed meeting as authorized by Virginia Code Sections 2.23711A17 and 8 for the following purposes: a personnel matter regarding a county board appointee, consultation with the county attorney regarding active litigation where such consultation or briefing in open meeting would adversely affect the negotiating posture of the county board, and consultation with the county attorney for legal advice regarding the county board's authority to pass certain ordinance and the county board's liability when engaging in cooperative matters with other entities. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion's been moved and seconded. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right, thank you. We are in closed session, and the board will return no earlier than 6:45.
I got my first iPhone when I was 16, I think. Wow. 13 years ago.
Yeah, so it was.
Board is back in session. Colleagues, I would like to move that the members of the county board certify that at the just concluded closed session, 1, only public business matter is lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements under Chapter 37, Title 2.2 of the Code of Virginia, and 2, only such public business matters as were identified in the motion by which the closed meeting was convened were heard, discussed, or considered by the board. Is there a second? Is there a second?
Okay.
Seconded by Vice Chair Karen Tonis. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Yes, Ms. Garvey?
Yes.
Mr. Carantonis?
Yes.
Mr. DeFerranti? Yes. Ms. Coffey?
Yes.
Ms. Cunningham?
Yes.
Thank you. All right. And that brings us to our regular agenda, but before that, we've got an addendum to our manager's report. Mr. Manager, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I've asked Chief Pavlitz to come here and give a very short presentation because I know there's been some questions raised about firefighter staffing over the past weekend. He'll give a brief presentation. If you have any questions, this is your opportunity to ask him. And so over to you, Chief Pavlitz.
That's it. You got it. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Madam Chair, members of the board, thank you very much for this opportunity. The fire department has been experiencing probably record levels of vacancies, full-time employees, throughout the whole entire year. And as emergency calls have increased year over year, we're running at probably a high level as we did in 2023. That's been a heavy load in terms of the vacancies we've carried across shifts, and that's bringing a lot of our workforce to experience holdovers. When that happens, we're forcing an employee to work probably more than they wanted to. So we've been managing the best we could, and many have been stepping up and working extra just to make sure others can go home. But we've experienced very high events and also leave usage in a lot of situations this October, on the weekends in particular, with the Army 10-miler 2 weeks ago, and now we're coming into the Marine Corps Marathon, and also the need to maintain staffing and coverage in the county. That's put a extra burden, extra strain, where we've had to hold some of the firefighters, chiefs, and officers forcefully where they can't go home just to maintain coverage. And we've had many people that have stepped up to do everything they could to keep coverage, but we kind of reached a breaking point this past Sunday night, where we ran out of people to staff at least 2 units. We were 6 people short. So we made an operational decision, assessing the risks to our providers, our workforce, and also the community. We had to remove for the first time a suppression company from service. We weren't able to staff an engine company and also an ambulance transport unit. We did that on Sunday evening in the Boston area, but we also had enough resources and coverage where we had resources in all fire stations, and also the Boston fire station had a heavy rescue company of 4 people, an advanced ALS provider, EMS supervisor, and also a medic unit. So we had coverage, but we do not want to take units out of service unless we absolutely have to, because that does present a hazard to other units and other responders. And also we want to make sure we have the capacity to handle anything that could occur at any point in time.
Thank you. And it's all right if we'll have a few questions, I think. I'll just start. It's my understanding that we're not alone in this issue. Could you talk a little bit about what's happening in the region as far as staffing for fire departments?
In the region, I would estimate probably most of the surrounding jurisdictions in the National Capital Region are running anywhere between 5 and maybe 10 or 12% vacancies. It is region-wide, and a lot of the fire departments are facing the same thing in terms of mandatory holds or adjusting their deployment of resources to try to adjust and accommodate.
Thank you. I may have other questions, but I'm sure my colleagues do. I'll start with Ms. Cunningham.
Yes, I know, though other regions have had, I think we call them brownouts, or kind of bringing folks out of service at times much more frequently than we have had. This is the first time, at least in my time on the board, we've pulled a fire truck out of service. Can you say a little bit about how you make those calculations in terms of, on a Sunday night, is it mostly medical calls? Do we have plenty of hose coverage for if you were in the area normally covered by that truck, and was the likelihood of fire high, and if so, could someone get there to you? I know we didn't have any actual service problems, but how do you do that calculation?
We do assess the area, the neighborhood and the community, and also what capabilities we have working on shift. So even though we made a decision for a fire engine in Boston, if we have to do this again, and I hope we don't, it may be a different unit. So in terms of Sunday, On average, we run a little less than 100 calls a shift. Sundays is a slightly lower activity level, but of those, say, less than 100 or 90 incidents, 70% of them are EMS or medical calls, and about 20% would be fire, and the rest are miscellaneous. So our focus is to have a first responder, that we want a unit which is trained with either firefighters, EMTs, or paramedics to get there first to assess the situation. Then we'll make sure we have the appropriate resources coming from call screening, and we'll be able to bring them in. In the event we do have a large incident or fire, we do have a backstop. We are very coordinated within the region, and the CAD systems, computer-aided dispatch systems, are interlinked. They will dispatch the closest unit, whether it's an Arlington unit, Fairfax unit, Alexandria unit, or we can request the District of Columbia. So we have units coming. We want to make sure we just have the right coverage across all spectrums of EMS, fire, rescue, potential for those incidents.
Great, thank you.
Mr. DeFranti.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Appreciate the chair and also Ms. Cunningham's focus and yours on the short-term issues on this past weekend. I do want to also just confirm with you that you've got a sort of a this weekend and the next couple of weeks strategy, and then a weeks and month strategy to try and address this, and then also a next year. And I will just sum up, I think folks watching should know that this board tried to provide significant resources to address some of the vacancy issues. You lead us, but do you have a short weeks, month, and years sort of strategy to try to help address some of these issues?
We do. Excellent question. We have our focus, I'm going to say 2 top priorities, or the number 1 top priorities, are to make sure we provide emergency preventive services for the citizens, residents, and visitors of Arlington County, and also we have a safe and ready workforce. And right now they are stressed and they are strained. We are doing everything we can to support them and families. We want to make sure they do remain ready. They do remain able to respond and do some of the best work I've ever seen. But we need to bring their numbers up, and we are doing everything we can to try novel ways in terms of we are graduating a recruit class in mid-November. It's a little lower at 17, and then we're bringing in a new recruit class as large as we can in our academy in January. Hopefully that's going to be 35 qualified recruits. That's going to take a while for them to graduate. In the meantime, with the support of the board, granted in the FY25 budget, there was funding allocated to, very similar to the police department, bring in laterally trained firefighters, EMTs, and medics into the department, and we're working to try to start that pilot program now.
Thank you. I know that does not obviate the need to continue to invest in the women and men who are the key to our service, and any one of us could put our lives in their hands at any moment. And I appreciate that you recognized it, but I also just did want to give folks a little texture that you are working on the need to add additional staff, as are we. Thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Karantonis.
For the most part, Ms. Cunningham, Ms. DeFranti have covered that. My only residual question is, I appreciate the focus of the department to hire and to train and to make up for the short staffing that is inflicting the entirety of our region, if not the East Coast. The question is, given the circumstances that we had in Wilson, how likely is it? And I understand that was kind of a unique coincidence of having a lot of leaves, et cetera. How likely is that this coincidence repeats in the short term, let's say in a month?
It's a potential, and we're going to try to do what we can to help bring availability back on many, many fronts. We are trying to either redeploy staff, office staff, to help out support field staffing. We're also talking about other novel ways to incentivize to bring people into work. But we have to, our number 1 priority is try to bring down some of these levels of individuals working 60 hours, 48 hours, 60 hours, up to 72 voluntarily. That is a risk in itself. So we're trying to make sure we can get enough people and availability to alleviate that problem. That's a number 1 top priority.
So I understand it's an all-department effort to recycle the availability and the freshness, let's say, of staff, so that we don't have to. You don't have to be in the difficult position to brown out
yes, sir. All hands.
An engine. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Cunningham. Excuse me, Ms. Coffey. Sorry.
That's how we know it's getting later. Yeah, I'm not sure I have any additional questions beyond what the rest of the board has said. I appreciate you making yourself available on relatively short notice. And I also just want to express thanks to all of our first responders who, it's very clear from your answers, we're being stretched incredibly thin. And so I know that puts a lot of stress on individuals, on their families. We're very conscious of that. And I think really looking forward to a healthy recruiting class entering both end of this year and hopefully beginning of next year. I know we talked a lot in the budget about adding funds for recruitment, adding support and bonuses and staff to, really bring people in to Arlington County Fire Department. And hopefully we will start seeing some of those choices actually manifest in qualified and trained firefighters. But in the meantime, I just think we're definitely feeling it in the community, and we know our fire and EMT professionals are feeling it as well. So thanks.
Thank you. Now, Ms. Cunningham.
I think just following on that, I'd love if you could share a quick update on recruiting. I know that's been a top focus of yours and of the board's, since the ultimate answer here is to make sure we have all the people to cover the load, and that will make both families and employees and residents rest more easily. Could you give us a little bit of an update on how that's going and whether there's anything board or community can do to better support that?
Yes, ma'am. We are probably about in the midpoint of a selection cycle, and we have we do have maybe 30%, 40% more applicants or those in the process now than we did during the last recruit class. And also just some small little things that just make it a little easier to hustle through or to get through the selection process. We're not focusing strictly on quantity. We want to make sure we have the right quality individuals that line up and can do the job, which is very stressful, and we just need the right people. I think we have a good pool to do that coming up starting in January, but it's going to take 6 months to train them. But some of the small things that support or help was the support of the board in trying to get some of our testing, our physical testing, back in the county, in some of the county facilities. That was huge. That just helps those small little things to speed the process up. And we also appreciate the interest in looking towards lateral hires, and we're doing that as a pilot, and we're trying to get through that as soon as possible.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Well, I also want to thank you so much, Chief Povlitz, for coming here. It is on short notice. This is something that's really of concern. I really appreciate you putting it into context, the regional context about what's going on, in the context of the time and all of the steps that we're taking to try to solve this particular issue that we're in right now. I'm confident that we're kind of it's at a low point and that it's going to get better. You make that pretty clear. Really appreciate how much you care for your people, because in our discussions, you've really talked about that. And please, if there's a way to assure everyone how much we appreciate what they're doing for us, they're there for us and their families. And I know this is really, really hard on the families. And so as soon as we can get those recruits on and get more folks in the department, and people don't have to step up and work quite such long hours, we'll all be much better off. So please thank everybody so much for us.
Absolutely do appreciate the board and the manager's support. I will relay that the about 330 uniformed employees who are extremely dedicated and will absolutely extend to the furthest point they can to protect the county, and they've been doing this for months, days, and years. They would like to hear this, and it's encouraging to say they have a lot of support in the community and also on the board, and we will be taking measures to help get them what they need here soon.
Thank you so much. Yes, they need to take care of themselves, too. Thank you so very much.
Thank you.
Take care. Yeah. All right. Back to our regular scheduled agenda here. And that brings, I think we have at least one regular hearing item. Mr. Kushner, could you call that item, please?
Of course. Item number 34 is an ordinance to permit, an ordinance to permit the encroachment of an underground transformer vault and surface level vault lids into an existing easement for public sidewalk and utilities purposes on Parcel A, 11th and Vermont South, located at 1031 North Vermont Street, Arlington, Virginia, formerly, RPC number 14-017-254, with conditions.
Thank you. Mr. Manager, over to you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to ask Betsy Herbst to do a brief verbal presentation. Over to you, Betsy.
Good evening. My name is Betsy Herbst with the County Real Estate Bureau, and
The item before you is an encroachment of a transformer vault and surface lids into an easement for public sidewalk and utilities purposes. This is a very routine matter, and it comes before you now only because it did not encroach until the easement came into existence, and that was recorded in September. So the applicant came in to request this encroachment. There are no issues with the encroachment that I'm aware of, and so we would request that you enact the ordinance of encroachment that is attached to the board report. I'm happy to answer any questions about the
Thank you. We may have some questions. I think we do not have any commissions, but I believe we have some speakers, Mr. Kushner.
We do. If you give me just a moment.
We'll take those speakers.
Our first speaker is Henry Staples, followed by our 5-minute speaker, Ms. Maria Mears.
Good evening. You might want to turn on the microphone.
Okay,
And
thank
to your
you.
right, there's a button on the podium that'll raise it up, so you don't have to list to your right, that you don't have to lean down quite so
Didn't want
far.
to dial out my time. when-
No, we haven't even started. We wouldn't do that to you. You're good. Now, try it up.
Check it out, it only goes up to 37.5.
I think you've maxed it out. It'll come up a little, try it a little bit higher. I think it'll go a little
Okay.
higher than that.
How about that?
Okay, it's fine.
I'm Henry Staples from BVSCA. Representing some of the neighbors with the concern. It's not about the encroachment itself, but we've had other easements on this property before, and Betsy was good enough to get the process changed, so it was email notification, so we could get it out to the neighbors that were concerned with it. But we missed several HOAs in the notification process. And so I'm here tonight saying, is there anything else we can do? You know, we're trying to get our list of people we should notify, but what can the county do to give us something so we don't have to run around and try to find the right person about this? The second issue I had separately, it's just about this project, the 11th in Vermont in particular, but loosely more generally. It's just be considerate of these nearest neighbors on these big digs. I really feel for them on this one. They've been through the ringer. They've burned thousands of hours just trying to take care of their own existence, but also looking after the safety of the community that comes through there. And we all know we need to shoulder some of the burden to get a project in. But I feel it's too much for these nearest neighbors, and somebody always cracks on these projects, and it just kills me when it happens. And so what I'm asking the county for is ask the staff, is there something we can do as a county to take some of this burden off the shoulder of the nearest neighbors? That's it. Thank you.
That's just fine. Thank you, Mr. Staples.
And our final speaker is Mariah Mears.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I'm the BVSCA Vice President speaking for our president who couldn't make it, but I believe you should have received a brief letter about this, and we'd like it included in the record. So when we learned that the board had pulled this item, we thought it was a good opportunity to come before the board with some remarks on the overall 11th and Vermont developments, but also we wanted to offer some broader comments about related planning concerns within our boundaries. But first, I want to say we've communicated with Ms. Herbst and the applicant's representatives that BVSCA has no objections to the item. We've also been in touch with nearby HOAs, and they understand that this is a necessary action. However, as you are well aware, this has been a lengthy and painful development for our neighbors. And Henry has shared some ideas for improvement, but the initial application for this was 2016. And I understand it might be another year or so before this is done, but okay, you can correct that. But it's been a long time, so it's difficult, and there are multiple developments too within this overall property. So our letter includes two broader thoughts on planning within Ballston, Virginia Square. First, on lessons on the special GLEPs.
We'd like to make sure that our lessons are included in the study that the county is doing on special GLEPs. We're wondering what the status is, or if there are any updates on the scope of that study and timing. It would be good to have more information if it comes through your discussion. And we say this because BVSA has had two very large special GLEPs in the last decade, 11th and Vermont, plus the Washington Boulevard and Kirkwood Road special GLEP, which actually is not complete. There's a whole other site plan that's going to happen with that, with actually two properties there. So we hope the scope of your study would involve the voices of the residents who have direct knowledge and suggestions on what has worked and what has not worked. That's incorporated, along with, we think there'd be benefit to having other civic association leaders in Arlington who've experienced special GLEPs to sort of come together and share, perhaps in focus groups. The second point is kind of even a bigger point, which is we want to remind you of the need for having more holistic planning in areas such as Ballston, Virginia Square. There are a few points of concern. One is that we have growing density. Two is that we've had flat growth in land for publicly owned open spaces, in addition to kind of very modest spaces for big developments such as this. And we have dated plans, namely the sector plan. Essentially, we are seeing inadequate planning and community benefits to match the realities of the growth and density, especially on active open space. The parks within our boundaries are nice, but they're also highly used. Adding more amenities doesn't address the problem of scarce land, and it even kind of makes some of the problems worse. So we need to have some creative thinking on this. As a county, we're not acquiring more acreage for publicly owned active space. Most parkland within the BVSC's boundaries was either gifted or purchased by the county early in the last century to the 1960s. We believe that the last parcels purchased were to enlarge Oakland Park in the mid-'80s. And we just think that the county has not prioritized even small green spaces with these new developments, such as tot lots and dog relief areas. In fact, one of the recommendations for 11th and Vermont by the Planning Commission back in 2017, but was not saluted by the board, involved including a tot lot for this site at 11th and Vermont. We're seeing more and more green spaces are being secluded to the interiors of development. Importantly, with new developments, we often hear that Quincy's site is nearby as a reason not to do more on open space, and we heard this during the Clarendon sector plan work. And we keep going to the same well of Quincy Park, and it's going dry with overuse, or it's at risk of it. BDSCA is home to the densest census tracts in the DMV. It's also an economic engine for Arlington. The growth pipeline for residents is continuing with approximately 19,000 residents now. In 1980, when our sector plan was done, the census showed 3,100 residents. Bottom line, we've had a steep incline for residential growth. We've had a completely flat line for publicly owned acreage for active public spaces, and there are no plans we're aware of to remedy this. Ballston sector plan is 45 years old, having been issued in 1980, which means that it's often cherry-picked for what it includes and excludes. We're not sure what the best planning mechanism is for a more holistic look at our area, but a 45-year-old plan is of modest value. It's important to have a better look at the needs of the area from open space to transit. And we hope you keep this tension in mind between the density growth and the open space and other needs, and we're happy to work with you on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Myers. And that's our final speaker?
No further speakers.
Okay. Alex, the conversation is now with the board, and I think as both of our speakers have said, and we've sort of acknowledged, this is before us in part because of broader issues that it brings forward, not so much the specific easement question. I thought maybe we would have a little board discussion now about the larger issues that came up. If colleagues have got some questions they would like to ask of staff. And then after we've had some conversation, I'll go ahead and make a motion, which I think is, and then we can move on if we want. I think most of the discussion is really not about the motion before us as much as it is about these larger issues that I think. So with that, I'll start with you, Ms. Cunningham.
Yeah, I just wanted to start with the question of the many projects right there at 11th and Vermont and some of the extraordinary hours and advocacy and focus that some of the neighbors have needed to provide to encourage us to support enforcement and safety in that area. And I know, Mr. Manager, you're planning in November to give us a walk through all of our enforcement mechanisms, and in a couple of recent presentations, including earlier today, sort of talking about the need to look at these things as an interdisciplinary team. And I wondered if you could share a little bit about that and how you see that 11th in Vermont and the experience the neighbors have had here, maybe an input to that so that we can improve as we go.
All right, I'm going to encourage if Rob Gibson behind me and Betsy, who have talked with DES staff about this. There are several construction projects taking place simultaneously. It's been messy. And we've gotten a lot of inquiries from residents. And so we find ourselves in this situation, and I know this is not satisfactory to a lot of people, where we cannot be there 24/7 monitoring exactly what's going on. So we're usually in a responsive mode. So we will send out staff from DES and also from our zoning for CPHD to work on compliance. We have found the folks who are the developer to be responsive to our immediate concerns when we raise them. Sometimes there are things like fences blowing down and other things like that they can't plan for, but I'm going to encourage the applicant in this case to speak to that. But we're going to take a look at our enforcement processes. I just don't want to make a promise to the community that we're going to be able to be there 24/7. And I know that that's not going to be satisfactory, but I think this is an unusual set of circumstances with a number of developments. But I'm going to ask Betsy to provide a few more details, because I know you have a sense of the kind of development that was going on there.
You got it. Yes, well, from what I understand, there were several developments going on, a lot of construction trucks coming in and out at the same time. So I think sometimes that, from what I've heard, and Rob, I think, was perhaps more involved at the time, but it was sometimes hard to tell, I guess, what trucks went with what development and who was responsible. Rob, I'll let you elaborate a little bit on.
Thank you.
Experience.
So we found the communications from the community to be very helpful to alert to issues. We've supported in double checking what the situations are that they're reporting, finding the sources of those issues, whether they be short-term issues or systemic issues. We've worked with our staff to show up nearly daily to ensure that systemic issues are not the cause of things that are being raised. But what we've also found is that there's within the constrained grid network that is this particular part of Ballston, the edge between the higher density and the historic townhouses, we have a couple factors that are contributing to challenges in this area. 11th particularly is a very narrow street, leaving very limited room for construction activities, the general public, and other things. And so that friction itself is very uncomfortable. It may not be unsafe, but it is certainly disruptive and uncomfortable. We've also found that the grid network in this area, as we closed off streets in the 80s to buffer the neighborhood from Ballston, that's really limited the construction routes and access to this area. So that in and of itself, while being a way to keep traffic in, it also focuses traffic in very isolated spaces. And if you're one of the near neighbors, that it's understandable that you feel that. And so some of these things we can't change in the process. I think that what we've seen, and the developer can talk about it more, is having open and productive communications between, in a trilateral situation between the county, the community, and the developers to understand and have a productive conversation on issues across the board is very important. And as Mr. Staples talked about, just communications, I think that's certainly an area that we'll continue to work on in addition to our staffing presence for responding to concerns.
Could I follow up a little?
Thank you.
If I could follow up a little bit. It seems to me, Mr. Gibson, part of the issue isn't really trilateral. You've got the community, you've got the county, and you've got this developer and that developer, and because there are multiple projects going on, correct? I think that's part of the issue.
I think that there's multiple issues, but I do think that the proximity of the larger 11th and Vermont, as it's got its center of gravity, and as you're closer to that, that's certainly a challenge. But in this area, I mean, we've seen anything from paving projects on Glebe Road, having construction vehicles just bleeding into the community, the other development projects, or even other county public works projects. We continue to improve our environment, and all of that environment doesn't get to what we have today without people working very hard and bringing materials and staffing and manpower into these areas to execute that work.
And from what I've heard from you and Ms. Herbst is that the residents are doing a pretty good job reaching out to us and letting us know about things. I'm hearing from the residents they're not feeling maybe like they've got the right person. Could you talk about that a little bit? I mean, I think you feel that you're getting from the residents you're getting the good communication from them, but I think maybe they feel sometimes like they haven't got the right person or could use a central contact. Do you want to comment on that at all?
Well, I mean, I think that the county does not have a central contact for these developments that crosses all jurisdictions of zoning, ISD, police, DES. So I think that's a constant challenge of engaging with our community, getting people connected to the right sources and things. But I think that we've also had a pretty good volume of engagement with communications going through our normal channels, coming to you, coming to the manager, coming to our directors, and coming to our field staff that's on the site. So we've had a lot of engagement on this. I can understand that people are not seeing the same face all the time because we have many different areas which are being covered.
Thank you. And I find myself wondering if when I was on the school board, we had a couple of projects that were right next to you. I mean, we ended up moving a school. Staff didn't want us to do it, and we realized there was our project, there was another project going on, and something the county was doing. We said, we just don't want the kids there, so we decided to move because there's too much going on in that spot. We can't do that here. But it seems to me when you've got an area like this and you've got multiple projects, it's pretty clear if you step back that this is going to be messy, I think, as you said. I mean, it's going to be difficult. And I wonder if there's a way of possibly getting an impact czar or something, or someone who is one number, one face, that is somebody in that area has got an issue they call instead of trying to figure out which project and which department it is. That's probably not something for you to decide. I don't know if the manager wants to comment. I'm just trying to find a way to kind of break through it.
I think that's a good idea, but I do want to say this, and I mean the high compliment to the neighbors here. They
they've gotten really good.
Well, they've gotten really good. I mean, not only would I get copied on it, you would all get copied on it. So we were very quick when we would get a note from people to go to the contractors because we knew who they were there. We would send people there and have a conversation with the foreman on the site. Sometimes it was a different foreman. Sometimes it was trucks that we heard about that weren't responsible for that. But one of the things that, and I haven't spent any time focusing on this, but I think it's something we might want to focus on. Rob will know a little bit more about it. When we have more than one project in a small geographical area, sometimes we can't predict when the project is going to start. In other words, we should not try to have multiple projects going on at the same time in a small constrained area. I don't want to lead you to believe somehow that we have a lot of control over that, but I think that we need to probably think a little bit about when a project comes to the board and it gets approved, we might want to stack them up as far as work. Now, what that's going to do is it's going to stretch out the time that the work's going to happen. So, I don't want to say that that's a cure-all, but one of the things is the intensity of that kind of work. And as Rob pointed out, and I've been down, I know you've all been down there, the streets are really narrow and it's really hard to get around. And if we had spaced that out, perhaps that would have provided a little bit more relief.
Thank you. I was wondering if it was possible to space it out. And I'm thinking not this, I think we're going to get through this one, but I really appreciate the comments from Ms. Myers and Mr. Staples about, can we get it an after action to the lessons learned, which would seem to be a good idea. I think happily most times we've got big projects, they're not all concentrated in one spot, but I do think maybe we need some kind of policy procedures or whatever when suddenly you realize there are several major projects in a very small area, and that, we might have some lessons learned that would make it a little easier for folks. I have been taking the microphone a lot, but I'll just pass it. I will invite the applicant, because you have been referred to, and see if, is there anything that you would like us to know from your point of view? One thing I would be interested in is how it works for you with these other projects going on around you at the same time.
Sure, thank you. My name is Greg Van Wee. I'm Senior Vice President with Jefferson Apartment Group. We are the sponsor and applicant behind the larger of the two projects at 11th and Vermont on the South Block. That project will be wrapping up in the next several months, so we are anxious to have that construction activity come to an end and start moving in residents into what we hope is a beautiful project that contributes to the overall sense of the neighborhood. I would echo staff's comments that this has been a particularly challenging environment in which to build what is a fairly large construction project. We similarly cannot be there 24/7 either, but I believe have done our best to be responsive to those same concerns and make ourselves available to respond. It is challenging with multiple projects underway in one concentrated area to understand whose truck is whom's. It may be one developer, one contractor, one utility company, so we don't always know immediately who's responsible for what part of that activity. We would be happy to participate in a after-action discussion about lessons learned, and I think we've attempted to make ourselves available and be accountable for those instances in which there have been issues, and certainly would be willing to participate in that process after the fact as well.
Thank you. Thank you for that. All right, I will yield the microphone now. Mr. Carantonis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So one thing, I have a little problem with this conversation. We all know, this is high professional stuff, and experienced developers who go in, they know what they have, right? They have a complex place. Personally, I think it's challenging, but not overly complex, so it's kind of narrow. So one would expect that one takes precautions for that and has, some pre-thought solutions. I find Ms. Meyer's idea about, post-processing, et cetera, very interesting. But I still fail to understand, how can we have such a, frequent flyer talking about that, once a week or every 2 weeks, maybe, an email with something, and very often repeating things. I wonder, and this is also for our staff, what can we do to prevent? So to basically understand that we have some sort of a problem there and be as anticipative as possible, because it's better to prevent than to cure, right? What do you do to do that?
Sure. So we did, throughout the project, from the very outset, proactively create and implement a construction management plan that was ultimately developed by the general contractor and included as part of their work plan as they brought on additional subcontractors and tradesmen to the project. That construction management plan was included in the subcontract agreements, and yet they're still, even within the general contracting team, all the way down to the tradesmen and the subcontractors, turnover every day, and some of those are contract employees, truck drivers who are individual employees, individual contractors who are showing up to the site maybe a handful of times ever, who may or may not ever have a conversation with the general contractor. So we did our best to enforce and discipline those who violated the construction management plan, to the extent that I think there were subcontractors and tradesmen who were prohibited from coming back to the project. But over the life of a project of this nature, there's hundreds of people who are touching the project on a daily basis, and it becomes very difficult, despite all of our professional experience and effort, to ensure the 0 or 100% compliance with that plan.
Well, we didn't really talk about 100% compliance. I mean, I understand, but we talked at least not to have the same complaints every couple of weeks. So, and I understand what it means. I mean, and I understand also that the modus operandi in the industry is such that, the benefit of flexibly using multiple contractors, et cetera, is significant, and therefore, the ability for quality control diminishes. I think that this is a problem that we have to look at, because this is not the only place where we have it. We have it in other places as well, and not only. The neighbors have suffered a lot, and this creates also a general, aversion to invite and to be friendly to projects that should actually have a better reputation. And so that concerns me looking forward. And I don't know how we need to talk with staff to find ways to ensure at least a better level of quality control here.
Thank you. Ms. Coffey.
Yeah, thank you. My first question was going to be about completion date, since I saw some heads moving when the neighborhood mentioned it, but I think we've covered that. I would definitely be interested in an after action. I think we have clearly a nice log from our friends in the neighborhood sending us many emails, which is great. I think the point that I heard most strongly is that it shouldn't be incumbent upon the neighbors to be the ones doing the complaining to get the reaction. And I think perhaps with the after action, really making that the focus of what are the types of problems that are coming up here, and how could we, now that we've identified them in this location, maybe it's a little bit of whack-a-mole because the next site is going to be, wherever it is, a little bit different, but trying to take the principles and project forward instead of just waiting and reacting. I think I have expressed, some concerns in this regard when it comes to the Clarendon neighborhood with the 3 site plans that are kind of all on top of each other. And I know BDSCA has been a really good partner in looking at how things you've experienced and learned can help other civic associations. And I think that's one that I feel a very direct nexus about. The other thing that, the neighborhood has brought up a number of times, and I'd be interested in just hearing from the managers about a sector plan for Ballston, and why is it we haven't embarked on that? Because it does seem we've updated quite a few things in this county, but not the Ballston sector plan.
Yeah, I'll answer that question in a minute, I promise. But I did want to talk a little bit more about some of the challenges of, coordinating. I'm going to ask Rob Gibson to talk a little bit about it, because I want to be clear to the community, this is not just a one-time occurrence, and this is going to keep happening in various places in the community. And the challenges in coordination, I think we may have to look at using some other tools. But I turned to Rob and I said, because he knows a lot about this, I said, lay it all out there and it'll help with the conversation. And so he'll do that. But on the Ballston sector plan, it is, at this point, I'm going to say this the wrong way, sort of a joke, you know, it's 1980, it's 45, almost 45 years.
15 years older than I am.
Yeah. And we've heard from the Planning Commission, and I would just say that as the board works with CPHD on doing planning, I'm not sure that we need to do a full-blown Ballston sector plan, okay? I don't think that would be a good use of our time, but doing things that focus on smaller sectors of it and talking about how it integrates into, because we're in the post-development phase in a lot of those places, would be a good space to spend some energy. So, but I'm going to ask Rob to comment on some of the other items.
So certainly, one of the challenges you're hearing is actually goes back to that 40-year sector plan. We have a community in Ballston and right around this neighborhood, which is growing and aging, that is associated with infrastructure that needs to get repaired and built again and built again. So we have our county utilities, we have private utilities, we have water, whether those be communication or gas or any number of these things. And throughout this process, we've experienced certainly complaints associated with the MOTs and construction management of this particular site, but that's been layered on top of issues with other utilities having issues that need to be within the right-of-way and causing disruption, whether it's the county rebuilding sidewalks or repaving roads, or whether it's just some of the new friction that we experience on our streets, which is people are double parking and stopping in lanes at a rate which is growing. And so all of these pressures on our limited infrastructure, some of the things we are trying to bring best practices and emerging practices forward to address. And I think that some additional look at what tools we can bring to bear as a community to have better understanding of things, but we don't have the ability to simply say, you now are in a queue. You can't get your water work done until that guy finishes his gas work or this or that, and there are emergencies and issues that our community expects services which are when put in a constrained area, which we will continue to have, there is a bit of, unfortunately, there's some expectation management that I hate to say this, you have to break a few eggs to make this place. We have and will have an amazing new development here that is contributing to this community, and that pressure will be relieved for but during these intense periods of building the homes that we all have lived in, there are impacts associated with that, and I don't think that there's also a bit of expectation management that if you're driving down a street and encounter a construction zone, if you don't see a flag person there, there's any number of reasons that could be the case, but you still have responsibilities as motorists and people to maintain safe operations. So we will continue to work on systemically addressting bad actors and consistent problems where we receive input. But if we get an input like we did frequently here, where something happened one night, and by the next time staff could get back out there, the developer was working to repair those issues. When you add all of those things up, that's a particular challenge for us. It's not us saying that we're not listening to our community or engaging with our community. We are incredibly committed to identifying the issues that are are brought forward to us as much as you are. I mean, I know how much you all have participated in this process. But
I just wanted to add two things, and at the risk of going on for too long. One is, we will not be able to enforce our way out of this issue, okay? We need to do more of that, okay? The other thing is, and maybe the applicant can talk about it, is that if I'm not mistaken, there was some rezoning done of some of the space on, was it 11th? And so there was it was a decision made, there was additional density brought to that. And I don't think that's a bad thing, but I would at least refer to what Ms. Myers said. Doing that without a sense of how it's going to affect the rest of the area is certainly a shortfall because we haven't done the broader planning. So I think that's what you're seeing.
Thank you. Mr. DeFranti.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Is there something we can do to take the burden, is the question that you asked. And I'll just be transparent that there have been colleagues who've dug deep. You both know that. That's true on this issue. But the question just echoes, and I don't know if I have an answer, and we've got months, perhaps a year to go. And so I just want to think about that. So appreciated that question. It really stuck. And Ms. Myers, just appreciated your thoughts, particularly on parks and open space. My impression is that Ballston hasn't been, there was a period where there was a lot of projects approved and bam, 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 not as much in that way. So appreciate that. I think it's, there are two ways we could address issues like this. One with, you mentioned sort of a czar and looking into things. You need help sort of pinpointing things, and that can be staff and it can be board. And I have some thoughts about how the board could best do it. And then, I might, on special glup, I'll leave that to other colleagues. I understand the concern, but I'd rather be that concrete about the density and park piece, that I want to help there if I can, because other colleagues are going to lead the charge on special glups. There's plenty of concern about special glups, but thank you very much for both of your comments tonight. They really echoed.
Ms. Cunningham.
So I have a question for the Jefferson folks. I think there are two issues that I hear pretty frequently. One is that many of our multifamily building residents don't hear about what's going on in the neighborhood sometimes, and that may be property management staff changing or their company changing, but would really welcome your advice of, how can we do that better, both right as you're opening and bringing in new residents, but in an ongoing fashion as well. We've had a civic association model that's worked moderately well for many of our residents, but our multifamily residents are still feeling in the dark more often, and would welcome advice on that. And then sort of a corollary is, while you're under construction, I'm thinking of like the equivalent of the parent who has a 6-month-old baby on an international flight and brings like a couple cookies and earplugs and hands them out with a cute note. Like, is there some fridge magnet or something that we can share from you to the block or two around that says, between 7 a.m. and 7 p.m., call me, I'm John, I'm your property manager. Between 7 p.m. and 7 a.m., call the non-emergency number. I don't know if it's something, because it is confusing to navigate, and it affects your relationships with your neighbors and then your future tenants' relationships with future neighbors.
Sure. So I think to answer the second question first, I think we did attempt to do that at the outset. There had been turnover on our team along the way, and so the updating of that information as we got months and years into the project probably was not as good as it could have been. However, I think we did ultimately have someone who was responsive within 24 hours or less to issues as they were raised. At the outset, we did also try to develop a list of contacts that, at a minimum, touch the most direct neighbors. It just so happened this environment that has more single-family or condominium ownership, that got to be a lengthy list if you started to extend it out, past the immediate surrounding block, which becomes very difficult for us to manage as people move away or contact information changes. So I think that is a challenging part. I would be honest to impose upon us to manage a contact list that starts to grow into the hundreds and becomes unwieldy. Our I think preference would be to have a point of contact, whether it be at a civic association or a home HOA or a property manager of a rental community. I think that's a reasonable expectation of us to have as a point of contact and not be expected to contact each and every individual.
Great, thank you. And just to emphasize, we really appreciate you guys being here and answering these questions. It's not so much about your project, but really we are trying to learn as we go through each of these, so really appreciate your investment.
Okay. Yeah, I appreciate everybody coming, because as I say, I am going to make a motion that won't really say much about what we've been talking about at all, because it's about a vault. But this has been a really important conversation and trying to figure out how to get started. Mr. Schwartz, I think maybe we can talk a little bit offline and figure out what next steps are. I mean, I keep wondering, maybe CPHD needs to go to the Civic Association and talk a little bit about the sector plan or what can be done, probably doing some work ahead of time. Possibly some more things can be done on getting the contacts and kind of rejuvenating that. It feels like there's a lot of goodwill here, but there are a lot of moving pieces, and we need to figure out what might be some ways to tackle that. And I don't think we're going to do it right here at the dais, but we'll get started on that. And if y'all don't hear from us, and I know you will, you're going to reach out to us and let us know. But give us a little time to try to figure out at least a few things. And colleagues, I think, not so much in my future, but I think in yours, I may see a work session next year, possibly on this issue of development in small, tight spaces and how to handle it. But I'll leave that all to you all. With that, I think I'll go ahead and make a motion. I move that the county board enact the ordinance attached to the staff report for this item, item number, oh dear, what is it? Number 34. To permit the encroachment of an underground transformer vault and surface level vault lids into an existing easement for public sidewalk and utilities purposes on parcel 4, 11th and Vermont South, located at 1031 North Vermont Street, Arlington, Virginia, with conditions. Is that good enough?
Sure.
Second.
All right. Motion's been moved and seconded. I think we're all set to vote. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Thank you. Motion passes 5-0. We are set. Thank you all so very much for coming and having this discussion, or at least starting. I think it's the start of a conversation. Really, really appreciate it. Mr. Kushner, are there any other items to come before the board tonight?
No further business.
All right, thank you. And with that, we are adjourned.